Israel, shalom, 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 Shabbat, shalom. Hope everybody is doing well today. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. The brothers and sisters they're responsible for and teaching from Cali to Georgia and everywhere else. I'm Yatazai in England. Hope you're doing all right too, brother. I'm also Kazaki, SOW, Virginia, SOW Houston, Quatazop and SOW, Rochester, New York, Zion. I hope your brothers, sisters, families, everyone out there is doing their job, fighting a good fight. It's going to be really a good time to see y'all in May 2nd. We're going to look up. It's going to happen like, it feels like it's going to be like in 2 or 3 weeks. Time is like flying. But we'll see you guys soon in Houston. But in the meantime, keep fighting, keep pushing, keep making sure, as you guys already know, the brothers and sisters are taken care of. They're growing. They're developing. They're fighting their fight. We're going to sit back here and send our prayers up to the Most High. Shalom, Jariah. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. But we're going to sit back and give the Most High his due, his respect, and get ready to teach this class. Imagine. Yeah, start that way. Yeah, start right here, right? No. We can start to these. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Natalanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman. Blessing Yahweh in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natalanawa. Rayach. Nayakaka. The water.
Aman. Blessing Yahweh in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Just shows how power words.
Yeah.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natalanawa. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Ahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shamuwan. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamoyah. Ana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashuamar. Yashrala. Yahweh. Shemaria. Yahweh. Zazania. Ayo. Yanyamya. Ya. Hashemah. Yala'ah. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Alabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashimoya. Makol. Rod. Yashimor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashimor. Hawalakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. I will love.
Psalm 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayno. Yahweh. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayno. Yahweh. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayno. Yahweh.
Israelite Credo, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayat, Shamka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayat, Aisha, Baratazah, Hayat, Bashemayim, Letalanawa, Lacham, Chol, Yawam, Wasalachanaw, Chawatinaw, Chasalachanaw, Chawatinaw, Wala'ah, Tabianaw, Banasawat, Abo, Amushaynaw, Mayan, Rad, Hayat, Lakat, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahatapa'arat, I will love you.
Amen. The Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah Yahaya. Lakat. Alahaya. Akharya. Onias.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
La'ah. Slakia. La'ah. Ta'ayna. Lakat. Basar. Wala'ah. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'ah. Talak Wachat. Sham. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabbat. La Kodash.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ayna. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Fachamad. Ho. Asherah. La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Okay. I got you. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay, Israel, Yeshabium.
Israel, take seats.
You can take the picture. Thank you. Okay. So last week, we've been taking our time explaining how the Most High had been working to bless Jonathan, and all the sacrifices that Jonathan and those men had to endure before the Most High gave them a light at the end of the tunnel. And I wasn't sure if we finished at the end of the class, but once Jonathan and his men turned down the better offer that was provided by Demetrius and went with the offer given by Alexander Bala, we'll go into it more in depth next Sabbath. But what ends up happening is Alexander Bala and his men go and fight. Let's just read it. We'll do that. I wasn't planning on going there yet, but it makes sense to at least go into the death of of Demetrius. So let's go 1 Maccabees, chapter 10. Let me type this in. It's 1 Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 48 through 50. We'll go into the details of the death next week, but let's at least finish off how things work. Because what we left off, if I'm not mistaken, was that we took the worse ordeal, but made the decision based on integrity to not trust a guy that really wasn't to be trusted. So let's read this. Karai, let's get you saluted in.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatam, Bana Shah, Bana Shahala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatam, Baya Shah, Baya Shah. How much? What? How about Shem Shabbatam?
How about Shem Shabbatam?
Shabbatam. Okay. First Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 48 through 50.
God. First Maccabees, chapter 10, and verse 48. Then gathered King Alexander great forces and camped over against Demetrius.
So, what you're going to read, what we're going to figure out also from verse 48 to 50, was that Jonathan and his men didn't even fight. Because remember, they were sitting back here and trying to win Jonathan's favor so that, I guess, their forces and their military can swing on their favor. Right?
Good.
We're seeing that Jonathan and his men weren't even engaged in this battle. So this was Edomite on Edomite crime. And we weren't involved in this fight, which is also most like giving us a reprieve and a breather from all the fighting we had. But let's continue. So Demetrius and Alexander's men fight one another. Read on.
And after the two kings had joined battle, Demetrius' host fled, but Alexander followed after him.
So after they fought, Demetrius and his army, they started running because they were losing. But it says Alexander and his host continued to follow Demetrius in the battle. Read on.
And prevailed against them.
So Alexander's forces defeated Demetrius' forces. Okay, read on.
And he continued the battle very sore until the sun went down.
So listen, Alexander kept pursuing in the war, because if you have a military on the run, why stop? So they can sit back and regather themselves. You gotta go there and keep going to the king is taken down.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense to let Demetrius bounce when you got him on the ropes. So they kept following Demetrius and the army, and the portion of the army that was following and protecting Demetrius. Read on.
And that day was Demetrius slain.
And in that day, King Demetrius, the one that was covered in or protected by all those towers, he ended up dying.
Wow.
Now he had a 12-year reign. So what it also showed is, and I want us to be conscious of this, you might not have control. I want you to really listen to this in your life. You might not have control of what happens in your life, but what one thing do we have control of? Our actions and our integrity. Do you fight to maintain your integrity? That is so important, because Jonathan and his men could have went the logical decision, could have went the financially beneficial decision, and would it have worked in their favor in this situation?
No.
Hell no. Just imagine if they would have went the easy way with Demetrius, and Demetrius would have died.
Oh, he lost everything.
Now you pulled the wrong card.
Oh, wow.
Now Alexander is your enemy. Now Alexander is your enemy.
Wow.
That sucks.
You made an enemy of the wrong guy.
Yep. Exactly the point.
But you did it because you were greedy.
Yep.
Your greed put you in the position to make the wrong decision. And the Most High revealed it on the line.
And that's why when you're in a situation in your life where you don't know how things are going to play out and you're not sure what decision to take, always take the decision that allows you to stick to your integrity. Because when you maintain your integrity, Zai, keep it down, buddy. Okay. You can play, just keep it down. But when you sit back here and maintain your integrity, the Most High always defends you. Whether it works in your benefit or not, that is always the play to take. Remember when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they had a false charge on them? Well, it wasn't a false charge. They weren't praying to the Baal and those idols when everybody else was. But they said, listen, man, if you're going to kill us, you're going to kill us. And if that's the Most High's will, cool. If the Most High wants to save us, cool. Either way, with all due respect, I'm going to maintain my integrity and fall with the ship or go down with the ship. That's so important. Or do you have enough belief? Because listen, how is your integrity, how is a person's integrity measured? But by, are you going to go down with the ship and fall in your belief? I never forget many years ago when things weren't looking good. We don't got to name all those times. But I remember I told myself, I said, listen, man, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down swinging and living righteously. And if this is the end, this is the end, this is the damn end. And I meant that.
I said that a couple times.
That's why I say I didn't want to say that go into all the times we said it. But
Okay.
the fact still remains. I think everybody in their life has to be conscious of that. Am I going to sit back here and take a possible perceived L for what's right? And everybody has to make that decision. So Jonathan and his men say, you know what? We're going to sit back and make the honorable play, even if it risks what? Personal comfort,
Yeah.
personal ease. And the Most High ends up defending the integrity call more times than all. But first of all, he defends the integrity call all the time. Now, whether you get something out of the integrity call physically, I can't guarantee that. But you at least get the peace of mind that by standing up for what's right, you know you did the right thing and the Most High was looking at you with value and respect. So just keep that in mind when things get difficult. If things get difficult, make the integrity decision, not the comfortable decision. So what ends up happening, they don't fight in the battle. And that's even crazier. Because if Jonathan's not fighting the battle, they can't control the outcome.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, don't you think Jonathan would be like, let's go fight, but let's go fight and fight against Demetrius. That way we can guarantee we're going to win. They didn't even fight. So that even takes additional faith to hold on to and say, man, the Most High going to fight for us. We made the right decision. We made the right call. Live with the results. Win, lose, or draw.
I'll bring a verse up on that too. Is Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7. Verse 6. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 6 and 7.
God. Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 6. Forsake her not.
There's certain things in the Bible that you don't want to forsake, even when you're pressed against making the decision.
Yep.
Usually, when you're at a crossroads and you got to make a decision, you know, you want to hold on to the wisest choice, and that's wisdom. What is the wisest choice when I'm in a crossroads in my life? Read.
She shall preserve thee.
And if you use wisdom, and integrity is within wisdom, he says, what shall it do?
She shall preserve thee.
Because it's really between Alexander and Demetrius, it's the greater of two evils was going to be in charge.
God.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to get depending on who won that war.
Yeah.
It was a greater of two evils.
Mr. Charlie, it's still Mr. Charlie, one way or the other.
It's Trump versus Biden.
That's pretty
And
much
they're both bad choices. They're both not good choices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both bad choices.
One's going to deport you. The one's going to extort you.
Yep. Deport and extort.
Yeah.
Exactly. All facts.
But the Most High said you got to make the right choice. He said one will preserve you. Wisdom will preserve thee. Read.
Mm-hmm.
Love her, and she shall keep thee.
Especially when you're in between making tough choices.
That's wow.
That's the benefit of having integrity, using wisdom at the right time. Because if you choose to use wisdom and integrity, you'll be preserved and you'll be kept safe.
But it also applies to how people are in their personal life. It comes to like decisions, when it comes to marital decisions, when it comes to life out in the world. You know, people, we have to function in the world. It's like we got to function out here. And it's like almost like what you're saying. We might as well practice integrity even though we're missing out, because the Most High honors down the line. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it'll save you. It'll save you from trouble. And that's what we're witnessing right now with Jonathan. He was preserved.
God. So, did we get to verse 50 yet, sir?
Yeah, we already finished this.
Did we?
Yeah.
Read verse 50 again.
God. First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 50. And he continued the battle very sore until the sun went down. And that day was Demetrius slain.
So, with that being the case, we're going to take a pause on dealing with Demetrius and dealing with that war. And we're going to pivot, go into a story that is happening simultaneously as Jonathan is getting favor and the right type of leadership is getting installed in Jerusalem. Now, Jonathan was chosen to be the high priest. But we also know that Jonathan's family line was what? It was Hasmonean. It was of the Hasmonean lineage. The Hasmonean lineage, or the lineage of his father Mattathias, they weren't of the Eleazar line, or specifically of the Aaron line of priests. So just keep that in mind. They weren't of the natural line of Aaron, but they were an honorable family line that ended up taking on the mantle of high priesthood for a period of time. So as Jonathan is establishing himself as a leader in Jerusalem and for that region, those three regions we talked about earlier, whether it's Jerusalem, Judea, it was Samaria and it wasn't Judea, it was Jerusalem, Galilee, and Samaria. Those three regions, Jonathan ended up being the leader of that region. Okay, so while this is happening, a lot of our people were still in Egypt. A lot of people were living in Egypt, serving the Most High, but had residence in Egypt. And we need to talk about what happened or how the Jews were able to set up a temple in Egypt around the same time this is happening with Jonathan establishing sovereignty in the land of Israel.
So we're about to switch speeds right now, going from the Levant area to Egypt.
To Egypt.
Okay.
And it's important to go into this. This is where the Josephus goes into next, but it also explains that Israel had a thriving communities all throughout the world. Because when we sit back here and talk about Israel's being scattered, a lot of the stories are centralized in Jerusalem. But we're living and operating and trying to serve the Most High in different countries while dealing with all the different political pulls everywhere else. Okay, so we got to be conscious of that. So what we're going to do, let's go to, before we can go into Onias the fourth, because that's what this story is going into, priest Onias the fourth, we have to go into priest Onias the third and go back into when things were good and when the level of leadership was good in Israel. Remember when we were talking about in 2 Maccabees chapter 3 when priest Onias III was running things and the people were at peace, the city was doing right, and then there were some haters in the city that said these Jews are holding on to money and you got to sit back and get this money. And they were trying to get power, political power in the nation. Exactly. And when it would end up happening, things started free-falling and spinning once Jason got into power. And then Menelaus.
Menelaus, that was one of the worst ones that was advocating, that was an Israelite advocating against us.
Well, him and Jason.
Yeah.
And we're going to go into that quickly before we revert back to the topic at hand. Real quick. Okay. So let's go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, and chapter 5, and paragraph 1. We have to go backwards in order for this to make sense going forward. Just give me the entire chapter.
The title.
I mean, paragraph. I mean, not the chapter, the paragraph. So we're at Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. Just give me the first beginning reading, too.
Okay. Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. How upon the quarrels of the Jews one against another about the high priesthood, Antiochus made an expedition against Jerusalem, took the city and pillaged the temple, and distressed the Jews, as also how many of the Jews forsook the laws of their country, and how the Samaritans followed the customs of the Greeks and named their temple at Mount Gerizim the temple of Jupiter
Hellenius.
Hellenius.
So what are we reading? This is going to like pretty much the downfall of the Israelite leadership. Because don't forget, leading up to this, we had a great relationship with the Ptolemaic line. And we were thriving in the city. We were thriving in Jerusalem as long as the leadership was thriving.
And we had just established the commission, the birth of the Septuagint in Egypt.
Yes, and that setting up that Septuagint in Egypt is what bought us freedom and reestablished our power in at least our sovereignty in our own country. So let's read paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. About this time, upon the death of Onias, the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother. For that son which Onias left.
Now, obviously, this is not how it's shot.
Yeah, let it go, because Jesus, we got to read the whole thing for it to make sense, because it's choppy.
Okay.
So read it from the top.
Right. About this time, upon the death of Onias, the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother.
Now listen, this chapter is a little confusing, because there's a lot of Onias is being spewed out. A lot of Onias is being explained. Okay? There was this Onias that died. There was an Onias the second. There was an Onias the second. Onias the second had 3 sons. Onias the second had his son Jesus, and he changed his name from Jesus to Jason. That's ridiculous, but that's Jake now. I don't like my Obama name. I want to call I want to change my name what it wants to be. So, Onias the second was a high priest. He had a son Jesus who called himself Jason. Then you had Onias the third. Then you had another name, Onias. He named 2 of his sons Onias, which makes it very confusing.
Yes.
So just keep this in mind. It's just like an Onias jimble jamble, mosh posh for information, so it can be confusing. Read it on the top again.
About this time, upon the death of Onias, the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother. For that son which Onias left, or Onias the fourth, was yet but an infant, and in its proper place.
Now, matter of fact, excuse me, I made a mistake on this one. This Onias that died was Onias the third. Now, he did have Onias the second, which was his father also. But this Onias was Onias the third. Read it again.
About this time, upon the death of
Onias the third, read on.
The high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother.
So when Onias the third died, Jason got the power. Read on.
For that son which Onias left, or Onias the fourth.
Now Onias the fourth was the son of Onias the third. And we're going to be talking about Onias the fourth in a little bit. But Onias the fourth was just a newborn child. So he wasn't ready to be high priest, obviously. He had to be, you can't even be high priest till you're 30 years old, at the youngest. You have to be taught and developed in the ways of high priesthood before you get to that top spot. Read on.
Was yet but an infant, and in its proper place, we would inform the reader of all the circumstances that befell this child.
And this is why Josephus said when it's the proper time in the story, we'll elaborate about Onias the fourth in his life, which we're about to go into. Read on.
But this, Jesus, who was the brother of Onias, was deprived of the high priesthood by the king, who was angry with him and gave it to his younger brother, whose name also was Onias.
So what's happening is this. The beginning part of the paragraph talks about Onias III dying. Jason takes the power of the reign. Onias IV, Onias III's son, wasn't ready to lead him. But now it doubles back. And it goes into the inception before Onias III was even made high priest. The leader or the king of the empire was Seleucus IV. Seleucus IV was the father of Demetrius, we read about, who just died. So this Seleucus IV didn't like Jesus or Jason. So he took the high priesthood from Jesus or Jason. Jesus or Jason was probably the older brother of the three brothers. He didn't like his disposition, removed him from office, and put Onias III in power. So read on.
For Simon had these three sons, each of whom the priesthood came, as we have already informed the reader. This Jesus changed his name to Jason, but Onias was called Menelaus.
So there was another Onias called Menelaus, who changed his name to Menelaus. So there was two Oniases, Onias III, and Onias who changed up to Menelaus, and there was Jesus who changed his name to Jason. These were the three sons that were vying for power at the priesthood position before Antiochus Epiphanes came in and destroyed it all. Why is this important? Because as long as Onias III was in power, he did things the right way. The other two brothers were worse versions and were more about living the Greek way than upholding the Hebrew tradition. Okay? So three brothers are striving for power. Continue.
Now, as the former high priest, Jesus raised a sedition against Menelaus, who was ordained after him.
So what ends up happening is, after Onias III dies, Jason takes power. He gets ousted. He gets ousted actually by Antiochus Epiphanes. And then Antiochus ends up sitting back here and putting Menelaus in power. I remember reading that because Menelaus offered more money. So Antiochus went to the highest bidder. I know this is choppy, and I haven't gone over this in a long time, so Salakia. It was Onias III, Jason, Menelaus. Read on.
It says, who was ordained after him. The multitude were divided between them both, and the sons of Tobias took the part of Menelaus, but the greater part of the people assisted Jason.
The whole point is this. By the time Onias III died, the kingdom was split in two factions, both wicked factions. One pro-Greek to a degree, which was Jason. Menelaus was even further pro-Greek and more anti the people. Point is this, while they were fighting, Antiochus was about to come in and swoop and take him down, take Jason's men down, and really destroy or harm anybody that was pro-serving the Most High. I don't want to go any further in this chapter, this paragraph, because the paragraph can be confusing. This is one of the most confusing paragraphs in the Josephus, but because of all the times Onias is explained. But the reason I started here was to explain that Onias III reigned and then he died. Now we know he died by Menelaus' hands, but he died, and his son Onias IV was a young man, and he needed to grow up and learn the priesthood before he had his opportunity. Right? With that being the case, let's let that go. And now let's jump to Josephus, book 12, chapter 9, paragraph 7. Then we're going to get to the last third quarter portion of paragraph 7. So 12, 9, and the end of 7. Now the end of 7, it starts off where it says, after the death of Menelaus.
This is in the middle of 385.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 9, Paragraph 7, page 332. It says, after the death of Menelaus, Alchemist, who was also called Jacomus, was made high priest.
Now, remember, if you remember, Menelaus dies, and I think it was Antiochus Jupiter ends up killing Menelaus and throwing him off of this cliff in Syria. Okay? Then this is also when Judas was the leader of the rebellion. Remember, they had Judas boxed in, and they thought that the Jews had enough supplies to last for months, when in actuality they were on their last rations. And then as this was happening, there was an Egyptian uprising, and they had to deal with it. So before they had to deal with this Egyptian uprising, and the Greeks had to leave to go face this uprising that was trying to take out Antioch, but it was coming from Egypt. They had to deal with the temple issues. So they broke down a portion of the wall. They said, you can't sit back here and have this wall. It's too hard to break this thing down, one. And then two, they killed Menelaus, who was the high priest, and they injected another puppet high priest in power. This puppet high priest was Alchemist, and he was more like in the thinking of Menelaus and less like a spiritual leader. So Alchemist gets put in power at the same time that Onias IV is ready in an age to take the high priesthood, because Onias IV was of the age and he was of the correct family line to take the rulership in Jerusalem. This is going to all mean something as we continue to go through the topic. Okay, so continue.
But when King Antiochus found that Philip had already possessed himself of the government, he made war against him and subdued him and took him and slew him.
So remember we talked about how King Antiochus Jupiter ends up fighting Philip in those regions that were going to Antioch. But that was the Most High saving Judas and those men. But continue.
Now as to Onias.
This is Onias the fourth. Now as to Onias, read on.
Now as to Onias, the son of the high priest, who, as we before informed you, was left a child when his father died.
We read about when he was left a child when his father died in Josephus, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. That's what we read about. Read on.
When he saw that the king had slain his uncle Menelaus and give the high priesthood to Alchemist, who was not of the high priest stock.
So now, when Onias IV saw that Antiochus Jupiter wasn't going to put the rightful man in office in Jerusalem, read on.
But was induced by Lysias to translate that dignity from his family to another house.
So listen, Lysias, don't forget, Jupiter was only like 9 years old, 10 years old as a leader. He followed a lot of the example of Lysias, who was his regent. Okay? So the regent advised Antiochus Jupiter to follow and bring Alchemists up, because Alchemists would work more with the kingdom than Onias IV would. Now just think about what you tell yourself or you thought in your life was what you were called to do. In Onias IV's mind, my birthright was to be the high priest of Israel.
Yeah.
In Onias IV's mind, he was chosen to sit back here and help fight to put Israel back in the right place and do things the right way. This is what Onias felt he was called to do. But life and the will of the Most High didn't allow it to be that way. So let's keep that in mind. So once he realized he was never going to have a shot to be at the high priesthood, he decides to flee or escape or leave and go to Egypt. Because more than likely, Alcimus would try to kill him and take him out if he stayed. Let's continue.
Because he'd be a political enemy.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. A rival. It's just like back, in medieval times, if there was somebody that had king's blood, and you have king's blood, what is for him to do is to take you out, and he takes your spot. So that's the corrupting. But let's continue.
God. It says, he fled to Ptolemy, king of Egypt.
So he fled to Ptolemy, king of Egypt. He was already of age to be a priest, but he leaves Jerusalem and he goes to Egypt. Read on.
And when he found he was in great esteem with him, and with his wife Cleopatra, he desired and obtained a place in the nomus of
Heliopolis,
wherein he built a temple like to that at Jerusalem.
So what we're going to read about today is how Onias the fourth gets to Egypt, builds a relationship with the Ptolemies, to be specific, Ptolemy Philometor, and his wife Cleopatra, and he comes to them. We're going to read about this in more detail. He approaches them and requests to build a temple like the temple in Jerusalem. Okay, so now what he does, Onias the fourth, I'm going to build a temple in this place because I couldn't build it where I was at in my city. Read on.
It says, we shall hereafter give an account in a place more proper for it.
So he says we're going to sit back here and go into more detail in the proper place where we can explain the information. That proper place is Josephus book 13, chapter 3, paragraph 1 through 3. So now we're going to go into this chapter to get more clarity about this story.
It was almost like Onias the fourth saying, I'm going to be a priest no matter what, even if I got to build my own temple.
Yes. And we're going to go into where the pros and cons of Onias's the fourth story. Because there's a lot of good there and there's a lot of bad. You got to get out here, right? Yes. Okay, you too. I'm going to get you saluted in.
Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Bana Shal.
Thou Ramakat, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Bana Shal. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yashabakatah. Okay, so I know it's taking a little time to build up the concept, but because we're coming from a different direction, we have to kind of bring context to it. Because when you're reading in Josephus, it just jumps from Demetrius dying to this story. So if you're not up on the history of it, it doesn't make sense. Onias IV was the rightful heir of the position in Jerusalem. So just think about your own life when you think that something that's happening to you is unfair. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind because each and every one of us can sit back here in some form of fashion and think about something that happened to you is an injustice, or you were slighted, or you were supposed to have this happen to you in your favor and it doesn't work out the way you expected, or you anticipated something to work on your own behalf and it didn't happen. When purposes are disappointed, and you were just in it. Because Onias was justified to be the next man to lead the high priesthood in Jerusalem.
Well, just the question is, how do men behave or women behave when they have an expectation that's not met?
Well, that's my point. I'm just painting the point, and you're taking it to the next level. It's like, I want you to keep this in mind, because you might look at it as, oh, Onias is in Jerusalem, and Onias is in Egypt. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than, okay, Onias was living and smiling and eating chicken and bread in Jerusalem. Then he's eating chicken and bread in Egypt, and all of a sudden, good things happen to him in Egypt. That's not how life is. People have goals. There is a human element to this that you have to be conscious of, because that's where you learn the lesson. Onias wanted to sit back here and lead in the city with the greatest prestige, and that's Jerusalem. The priesthood in Jerusalem is far greater than being a synagogue head in Cyrene, or being a synagogue head in Babylon, or the head of a synagogue in in Susa, in the Persian Medo Empire. Which one has greater clout? Jerusalem. So, with that being in mind, Onias felt, because he of the bloodline and the tutelage and the learning, to be in that spot. It didn't work out for him. So now let's read Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 3, paragraph 1. Read it from the top. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 3, paragraph 1, line 62. But then the son of Onias, the high priest, who was...
No. Read the I don't know if your book has the friendship that was between Onias and Ptolemy Philometor.
Yes, sir. The friendship that was between Onias and Ptolemy Philometor, and how Onias built a temple in Egypt like to that at Jerusalem. But then the son of Onias, the high priest, who was of the same name with his father, who fled to King Ptolemy, who was called Philometor, lived now in Alexandria.
So now they're in Alexandria, and that's like the hub. Well, initially it was like a center of learning. People always talk about Alexandria as the center of learning. That was where Ptolemy Philadelphia is. Don't forget what Philadelphia means. What's Philadelphia mean? What's Philadelphia? People say Philadelphia is the city of brotherly love, but it's really family love. It's really that taboo stuff. That's what Philadelphia really means. Because Ptolemy was about loving on his sister. And he's not talking about hugs and besos on the cheek. It's love of your family. So that's where Philadelphia came from. But that man, he's the one that spent the money on learning the Bible and bringing the Septuagint to Egypt. And translating the Hebrew, Philadelphia.
Yes.
But changing translating the Bible from Hebrew to Greek so that the world can learn it. What's my point? That was done, and the house of books and learning was in this city of Alexandria. So now we have Onias IV in Alexandria, and this is where King Philometor, or Ptolemy Philometor, and his wife Cleopatra are at. He has a relation with them. Read on.
Who was called Philometor, lived now at Alexandria, as we have said already. When this Onias saw that Judea was oppressed by Macedonians and their kings, out of a desire to purchase to himself a memorial and eternal fame.
So he lets you know even here that his intentions weren't 100% pure. And this is important. He says, out of a desire, Onias' desire to approach Ptolemy Philometor and Cleopatra was to do what? Was to desire to purchase to himself a memorial and eternal fame. So why do you think him being ousted from Jerusalem, what does that reveal about what was inside of Onias IV? Because a lot of things is this. When a lot of things you might want in your life, you don't get, you have to look at it in multiple directions. Okay, the Most High doesn't give me this. I wanted this. I felt I deserved this. I might have deserved it. But the Most High didn't give it to me. And another person that shouldn't have it, or I might perceive is lesser than me, gets it.
It's in the wrong hands.
And you know what? It could be in the wrong hands. Because Alcimus was a wicked high priest. So it was in the wrong hands. And the Most High eventually revealed that Alcimus was a wicked high priest. And he was. So a lot of times when we are in our life and we feel that we're wronged, can we accept the idea that we have been wronged and what we're going through is justified at the same time? Did y'all get that point that I just said?
That's a great question.
Because a lot of times in our life, and I'm slowing it down for a reason. A lot of times in our life, things might happen to us. We might be slighted. We might be wronged. And the person that slights us or wrongs us is wrong for doing it. Can we realize that the person was wrong for slighting us or doing wrong by us, and at the same time understand the Most High allowed this to happen because there's something in me that wasn't pure also? Because what we're going to read about Onias in another chapter in the Josephus is that on the surface, Onias should be the high priest. He should have been the high priest in Jerusalem. But why did the Most High send him to Egypt? We're going to go into it. I don't want to lead you too deep into it yet.
Well, one thing it's showing is that he wasn't content at his new position or new opportunity because he was received peaceably.
Yes.
In Egypt.
They were cool with him.
They were cool with it.
Listen, you don't have to be in fear of your life in Egypt.
Right.
Shouldn't that be what we're happy about?
Right. I mean, the leaders, the Ptolemies are at peace with me. They've received me. They accepted me. I can now live without harm in Egypt.
And more than likely, there is an area in Israel, in Egypt, where all the Jews come together and do ceremonies and sacrifices. And it had to be that.
In certain readings, they said the way Egypt was split up, or Alexandria in particular was split up. It was split up in where near the harbor of the north of Alexandria was where the wealthy Greeks lived. And you had to be of Macedonian blood in order to live in those areas. Mm-hmm. And in the south, they said that's where the Jews were. And then they said in another side, it was split up in 4 areas. Another side was Egyptians. On the other side of the city was Samaritans.
Now we were the second class citizen in Egypt.
Yes, kind of.
The number 1 was Greeks. We were second. The Egyptians were third. Then you had your Samaritans, whatever the case is. Why am I explaining this? Onias IV went into a good situation. And also when you say south, I want to keep things in context. It was south of Lower Egypt.
Yes.
Lower Egypt is confusing. Lower Egypt is northern Egypt. When you read about Lower Egypt, it's really the north. And Upper Egypt is the south. Just keep that in mind because it's going to mean something in a little bit.
Going by what's written here, it sounds like it says that he wanted to represent himself from a moral and eternal thing. It sounds like he was trying to be famous.
Well, that's what I'm trying to lead the audience before we just sit back and imply the whole story. But yes, there is something more than just I want to do the will of the Most High. You're right on point. I'm just trying to build it up a little bit. It's letting you know that Onias IV wanted to do more than just serve the Most High and create a system and a place for the Jews to come and to get developed. It was more than that. So it's almost like if your intention was to help your people, it wasn't meant to be that you do it here, but you're still helping your people in Egypt. Why is that eating at you? Why is there this insatiable need to build this temple from scratch? And why is there this insatiable need to sit back here and do this when they already had synagogues? Now we're going to read that the reason he wanted to do this was because it was the will of the Most High. That's one. But also, there's more to it. And we'll delve into that more to it aspect in a bit. Okay? So let's continue.
Line 63. Out of a desire to purchase to himself a memorial and eternal fame, he resolved to send to King Ptolemy and Queen Cleopatra to ask leave of them that he might build a temple in Egypt.
So his job, obviously, was to serve. Think about this. He served under Ptolemy Philometor and Queen Cleopatra. Whether he was their advisor, he was their spokesman or leader for the region of the Jews, he was obviously in a high position. And he asked, can I get leave of this position? Just like Nehemiah got leave of his position with the Persian king, so he can go back down to Jerusalem and reestablish the city.
Huh.
So Onias IV is asking for leave to go and build this temple in a certain region in Egypt. Read on.
That he might build a temple in Egypt like to that at Jerusalem.
So what he wants to do is to build a temple in Egypt that is similar or looks the same as the temple in Jerusalem. Okay. Sounds like a good idea. Read on.
And might ordain Levites and priests out of their own stock.
So what he wanted to do is sit back here and quote unquote put the right Levites and the right people to do the job of the high priest. Because obviously the wrong people in his view were the high priest in Jerusalem. Read on.
The chief reason why he was desirous to do so, or to do was that he relied upon the prophet Isaiah.
And his justification to build this temple in Egypt was because Isaiah, specifically Isaiah chapter 19, prophesies that there was going to be a temple built in Egypt. Okay? And that's true, because we're going to read about that in a little bit. And that's another reason why we're going into this, and we're separating this story with the story about Jonathan, because it's a separate situation at the same time. So Onias IV is saying, listen, Isaiah 19 prophesies that somebody is going to build a temple in Egypt to service the people, not just in Egypt, but in adjoining countries. They can come to the temple in Jerusalem, just like they can go to the temple in Egypt.
First of all, it shows you he had to be a student of the Bible to even pick that up. Student of the prophecies.
And also, he was a student of prophecies, and he injected himself into it.
I'm
Who
glad-
said? It didn't say Onias IV.
I am.
was
Yeah, I want to go get there yet.
It was.
Yeah.
There was two aspects to it. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So let's continue.
The chief reason why he was desirous so to do.
Why did he say the chief reason? The chief reason, number one reason was that Isaiah 19 said it, but there was other reasons too. There was other motive. There was other reasons to do this. It wasn't just Isaiah 19.
Yeah.
That's something important to be conscious of. Read on.
That he relied upon the prophet Isaiah, who lived about 600 years before, and foretold that there certainly was to be a temple built to Almighty Yahweh in Egypt by a man that was a Jew. Onias was elevated with this prediction and wrote the following epistle to Ptolemy and Cleopatra. Having done many and great things for you in the affairs.
He says Onias was elevated with this prediction. Because Onias sat back here and saw this and said, man, that's me.
I think I'm that guy.
I think I'm that guy. Have you ever sat back here and read the scripture and said, man, that's me, man. That's about me.
Most of the
I'm
time,
going to do this.
most of the time you see people saying, with the false Jesus and the false prophets. Even now you got people running around saying they're Christ.
That's not like David Koresh right there. That's about me. I'm the Savior.
I'm the Savior of the people.
Anyway, like I said, we know it's the will of the Most High because it happened. But it's important for us to kind of like look into our motivations and our reasons behind doing things. Because as we continue to go in these next classes, these next weeks, we're going to be dealing with the motivations of men and women. It's not just that you do good. It's why you do good. Because once you get into the law, and here's what we're talking about the law. The law is good, and you're supposed to follow the law. But following the law alone isn't enough. Why? Because what we're going to read about today, what we're going to read about in the next few weeks, it is not just good that you do the law, but it's the intention behind the moves you make that the Most High is also taking note of. He's looking at the why. Why do you do it? Why do you do good? Why are you brotherly?
Why are you
such a great sister today? Why are you doing these good services for this person or for that person? It's not good enough that you do good. The Most High wants to know why. So we're going to read about Onias doing a good work. Yes, sis?
So the intention of Onias wasn't pure?
Yes. And we're going to read why. We're going to read that Onias' intentions were good, and it was also full of ego. Because if you really sit back here and get to the nitty-gritty of our people, all people, can you understand that we do good because it's the right thing to do? And we also do good because we want something not to do? Was that one?
I said self-profit.
That's the point. And this is why, if you understand the root of us, why the Most High a lot of times doesn't honor some of the good works you do. Have you done good things and Most High didn't give you what you wanted back? And all of a sudden you're mad? Why are you mad? You were supposed to do good because it was a good thing to do. Right? Then why do we get mad when we do good things and we don't get the things back?
Because it's not. We didn't get what we wanted.
Aha! Aha!
Exactly.
Because that's the point. Remember that was in Coming to America.
Yeah.
Aha!
Yeah.
That Amalek guy that was in
He caught him.
yeah, at the barbershop. Exactly, buddy. Because the point is this. You want to do good and you want a reward behind the good you do.
Yeah.
And then when you don't get that reward behind the good you do, all of a sudden you're upset.
What's the profit?
In righteousness.
Well, I thought righteousness was good because righteousness was good.
Is it the good of righteousness is the fact that you know you did the right thing. But this is what we're going into, and it's a topic a lot of times that's not discussed enough. This is not about painting Onias as a wicked villain. Because Onias still did the will of the Father. But there's different levels to doing the will of the Father. And we have to be conscious of that as we continue to move forward in serving the Most High. Yes, sis?
Sometimes is it supposed to be 100% in righteousness and our ego is supposed to be 100% out of the equation?
Yes. And we're going to go into that in 2 weeks. A class on Monday in 2 weeks. Because a lot of times we do good for the wrong reasons. Or it's half and half, or 60-40, or 70-30. And the Most High always exposes that part of you that wants that palm grease. You got that itch. You want something out of it. And we fight and we push because you want something out of it. But the Most High is trying through our course of life to learn to do this work without any desires and expectations back. Because that's the only way you can destroy and defeat the flesh and be blameless. Because other than that, you're doing good, but remember, if I'm not mistaken, in Revelation talks about that. He says, I know all the good that you do, but you've forgotten the first, what's the first principle? Your first love. Yeah. Read that real quick. This is important to give context to the rest of this chapter.
It's Revelation 3 and 15.
It's Revelations definitely 3. I just don't remember the exact start of it.
15.
I know that works is where it starts.
Yeah.
I know that works. I think it's
15?
Yeah, it's an let me see. Maybe it's not. I know that works, and maybe it's chapter 2.
Yeah. Lost our first love.
Yes. Let me look on this one. What's that? 2 and 4. Okay. Let's do. Matter of fact, it's 2. Revelations 2 and verse 2.
I got one. I got an example too.
So Revelations 2 and verse 2 to 4. Let me type it in too. Revelations chapter 2, verse 2 through 4. Read that.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 2. I know thy works, and thy labor, and thy patience.
So Christ is like, I know that there's good in what you're doing. I know your commitment, you're hardworking, you're patient. He knows the level of commitment each and every one of us have brought to the table for the Most High. Read on.
And how thou canst not bear them which are evil.
Meaning, you are really about living the right way. And you're not about just giving in to wickedness and living a wicked life and giving in to vice. Well, what does this mean about this verse? We've gotten past the first level of this. You got a work ethic. You understand how to be in order. You understand how to wait for the Most High to give you something. You understand about standing up for what's right and not just giving in to your emotions and feelings off rip. Read on. And thou hast tried them.
And thou hast tried them which say they are apostles and are not. And hast found them liars.
What does that mean? You know how to sit back and work with a brother or sister? In the midst of you working with a brother or sister, you're able to sit back here and see who's real about this and who's not. Who's committed to this, who's not. Who can be developed and who cannot be developed. So he's explaining that you understand how to develop people. You have a good eye for this work. You've done this for a period of time.
You have elements of leadership.
And there's good in you.
For a long
and there's
time.
Christ in you.
Come.
Read on.
And has borne and has paid.
What does borne mean? You suffer. You've carried your burden for the Most High in Christ. You've lived the right way. You've sacrificed. You've endured. Read on.
And for my name's
He says,
sake,
and has patience. Read on.
and for my name's sake has labored.
Now, funny thing, he said patient twice. Because patience is everything.
Wow.
So he said, you know how to wait when you're catching hell.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't. Read on. And he says, for my name's sake. Read on.
And for my name's sake has labored.
He said labor twice too. You worked and you worked. And you patiently patient. You a super worker and you a super patient. Because aren't those two things exactly what you need to last in this?
Yes.
Yep.
Double work.
Yes and yes.
And double patience.
And that's what you got to have double work and double works and double patience. If you really, and this is Christ. This is red letters.
Oh,
This is the red letters.
it's not about it's the same.
This is Yahweh Shai. So people ask me, do you guys teach Christ? Heck yeah, we teach Christ.
Yeah.
How do you not teach Christ? I mean, how are we not teaching Christ here? For people to ask that, it's almost asking us when you street teach, are you guys Muslim? Did you listen to anything we were saying?
Right.
Did we say anything? Hamdul Allah? Akbar Allah Akbar. Did you hear any of that being said? Why are you asking us if we're Muslim? It's the same question as if you're asking, do we teach Christ? Did you hear us not saying the context is Christ-like, right? Anyway, just a person asked that a couple weeks ago. I'm like, do we teach Christ? What? Oh no, he asked, do we teach Hamashiach? I'm like, you mean Christ? Yes.
Tomato, bro.
Maybe when I ask if we teach Hamashiach, it's different. I don't know. That kind of threw me off. Is Hamashiach different than Christ? Is it the whole Bible? Yes. Anyway, continue on.
And as for my name's sake has labored and has not fainted.
So he said there are Israelites
Yep.
that understand the law, that do things the right way, and they haven't fainted or stopped in this work. Read on.
Never quit.
Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee.
But Christ is saying, listen, even though you've done all this, what is he saying? You've done the works. You've labored. You've been patient. But Christ's like, even though you've done that, I have some issues about you still. So, let's just think, before we go any further, what can the Most High possibly have a problem with us if we work every day and we're patient and we haven't quit? What could be the problem that Christ has an issue with?
We're not getting exactly what we want out the will of us, of our servitude to the Most High. There's something that we desire on the inside of us that is separate from what the Most High is requiring from us.
So what does that mean?
You know,
So what you're saying is, you're doing good works, but you want something else out the deal. And because you want something else out the deal and you're not getting it, you're unhappy.
Now
You aren't content. There is something in you that is still not satisfied. And your outlook is still somewhat tainted, regardless of all the good works you do. What is he letting us know in these two verses? You can follow the law all day long. This is why Paul kept saying, faith without what? And work without faith is dead. You can do all the work in the world. If your outlook is impure towards the Most High, then what good is the labor and the patience and not quitting? You can be the most consistent. I show up to work every day. I commit every day. But if I commit every day with the wrong outlook, then Christ is still saying, I have somewhat against you. I still have an ought with you.
You know, people have mastered the ability to do work, disconnect their mind, because they know that this job is about an 8-hour shift.
Yeah.
I know how to posture my mind and knock this 8-hour shift out. And I could smile and I can get through the day. But people have mastered the ability to go on autopilot. So I can just go through the motions with people. I can just go through the motions at the job, but this is not what really makes me happy. This job doesn't really make me happy, but I've learned the fact that if I don't work, I don't eat. So I'll do a job, but I don't do the job with joy. I don't do the job with happiness. I just know how to put myself on autopilot to get through the day.
Yes.
And people have mastered that in the truth too.
That's the point. We know enough not to go left and leave, because you know that's a death sentence. But I'm not going to leave, but I'm not going to be happy here either. And I'm not going to see the good, and I'm not going to be able to see how beautiful and favorable Christ has been to me in my life. I'm going to be secretly angry, secretly upset, secretly bitter while doing good works, while not leaving, while not fainting in the pace of my work. Because when a person faints, they're slowing down. Israel has learned to not slow down, do good works, work, be patient. But in the middle of me waiting, Christ is like, I still have an ought with you. I have an ought with your outlook. How do we know he has an ought with our outlook? Read on in verse 4.
Verse 4. Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
Because all of us, when we sit back here and we do this for the first time, we are what? Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. I will run through a wall for Christ. I will study all day, all night, ultra committed. It doesn't matter. My outlook towards brotherhood. When I first came in brotherhood, it was about the brotherhood. It was about unity. And then you realize Israel is wicked. Damn, Israel is wicked as heck. Israel is evil. Israel has negative intentions. Israel are a bunch of takers. Israel wants to take. Oh, you're about giving, huh? Then give me everything you got. And I'm not giving nothing back. That's the Jew. Right? And then once you deal with a bunch of taking Israelites, selfish people, then all of a sudden your outlook starts to change towards dealing with the Jew. And that's what the Most High is saying. I don't like how your outlook has changed doing my work. Because whether the Jew is selfish or not, who are you dealing with the Jew for? Why are you doing all the things you endure for your nation? Who are you doing it for? So when you want to slow up on how much you give to the nation, you're really slowing up on pleasing me. You get that? There's a lot of us who want to believe in the Most High in Christ and not deal with the sickness of Israel. Then you forget, you don't know what this is all about. Did Jeremiah get to sit back here and not deal with the sick Israel? You don't think Jeremiah just wanted to be in the woods and get away from these Jews? He had to deal with people. He had to go to the temple every day, realizing that when I go to this temple, these Jews might surround me and beat me up again. That's what Jeremiah faced every day. The reality, they might sit back here and beat me down. Paul, we're going to go teach this word in these different countries. The people that own these idol shops might bring their goons and kill me. And I got to still do this in love and mercy in Christ's name. That's the truth. So when Christ is saying, Israel, I see the good works you do, or let's bring it down out of a street speaking scenario. You got to sit back here and deal with your husband's ups and downs, his highs and lows. I got to give to a man where I see all of his flaws. And I got to acknowledge the flaws because you're not blind. And I still got to respect my husband through his flaws. Do you think that's easy? That's not easy. But that's the job. Because if you don't respect your husband despite his flaws, then guess what you become? A bad wife. Because you still have to spin the not so perfect aspects of your marriage to still see the good despite the bad. Because that's the same thing that a man has to do for the Most High. Didn't Job tell his wife, you sound like the foolish women? How are you going to get good from the Lord and not bad or not evil? How are you going to get blessings and not evil? You have to accept that there is good and bad in every service you do. And that is the first love that a person has to maintain. Can I still have the freshness and happiness and peace of mind in doing the work still the only thing that makes me happy? Because the first love, when you come to class, you're happy because you went to class. And you're happy because you didn't fuel your flesh. And you overcame your battles today. That's what makes you happy. That's what brings peace in your life. And all of a sudden, year 12, that doesn't do it for me
Ain't the
anymore.
case no more.
Fighting my battle was an overcoming me and teaching this brother. Remember back in the day when teaching a new person, you were hyped off.
What's the high off that?
Teaching and counseling, you got gratification from that. All of a sudden, as you get on the truth, that doesn't make you happy anymore. Because now it's what about what?
What about me?
What about me? Then it's what about me? And that is the beginning of the decline. What about what I'm not getting out the deal? So this is what Christ is explaining to the congregation in Ephesus. Yes, sir.
It's a great topic, bro. I want to add on to it in 2 Samuel chapter 13. 2 Samuel chapter 13 and read verse 22.
2 Samuel chapter 13 and verse 22.
Hold on. 2 Samuel 13 and 22, down to what?
Just 22.
Okay. Read that.
2 Samuel chapter 13 and verse 22. And Absalom spake unto his brother Amnon.
So now we know that Absalom was Tamar's brother, whom David's other son from his other wife had taken advantage of, forced himself upon. He said, so read that again.
And Absalom spake unto his brother Amnon, neither good nor bad.
What does that mean? Say it again. He was cordial. He said he spoke to his brother neither good nor bad. Now, a lot of times, that's if I can deal with somebody, but I'm not speaking to them good. What he says, not neither good nor bad, meaning I'm not giving this person my best emotionally, but neither am I abusing them either. I'm in this somewhat middle period. And some people have learned how to be cordial, and some people have learned how to be respectful or to show some type of courtesy, but I'm not going to give you my best.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna go above and beyond. I'll just stay somewhat neutral with you. But when you stay neutral with people that you're supposed to love or you're supposed to care about, but you're neutral, you're not going above and beyond, but you're also not throwing them under the bus. You're not abusing them, but you're neutral. What is that? Read on.
For Absalom hated
Stop. It's what?
For Absalom hated Amnon.
So is that still love when people could be courteous? Is that still love? So because I don't do the best that I can actually do for you, when I could do actually more, and neither do I not do the least, but I kind of stay somewhat in the middle. What is that according to the scripture? That's still hate. And what people don't realize is that if you're not giving your all, you grow stale. That's a person that has grown stale in dealing with people. If I grow stale, that means I'm not going to give you to the maximum of my effort. I'm not going to give you all my spirit, but I'm not going to leave you with none of my spirit either though. I'm going to be somewhat in the middle. And that stale is how we grow in our service. And I'll read the definition of stale. Vapid or tasteless from age, having lost its life, spirit, and flavor from being long kept, having lost the life of graces, worn out, or decayed. So what does it mean? That means that we've learned how to deal with each other, but we deal with each other neither good nor bad, but we're somewhat neutral, which is still stale. You're not giving your best. Either you're going to give somebody your best, or you're going to give somebody your worst. And because I say, well, I'll just stay somewhat, I'll talk cordial. I'll be respectful enough. I won't disrespect you, but I'm also not showing you the most love I can show you.
Is that the representative?
That's a lukewarm behavior.
It's lukewarm behavior, but it's still fake and it's still hate.
Okay.
It's still not sincere. It's still not all that you can do. And that's all that Christ is saying in Revelation 13.
Exactly.
I mean, Revelation chapter 2. Mm-hmm. Is that you're showing me that you can hang in there. You didn't quit. You didn't quit. You're still here. You didn't quit. You're still suffering. You're still going to work. But the amount of vitality, energy, emphasis, and effort that you're putting in is grown stale.
And Revelations 2 is going to explain that. Let's continue. You finished that?
God.
Let's go. Read verse 4 again. We're going to read through verse 6.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 4. Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
He says we've left our first love. So what he's saying is our first love is our first discipline, our first motivation, our initial level of selflessness,
and enthusiasm.
And enthusiasm in being selfless. Because when you first come in, you want to give it all up.
Right.
And be content for the Most High's sake. You don't care. But I mean give it all up, meaning what your desires are. Yeah. What you want in the flesh. You're going to give that up to please the Most High. When you really understand what this is about. He says you've lost that intensity to put yourself and put your desires on the back burner. But continue.
Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen.
Because he says, remember where you've fallen from. Remember how disconnected you are from that initial spirit of having the first love to where you are now. Now you're measured in how much you give. Now you're more jaded and bitter than you once were. Now you give less and love less because of what you've gone through.
Your output isn't the same.
Your output is not the same. So what he's telling you is, you work every day, but your effort ain't the same. Your intensity in doing good isn't the same. Your level of peace of mind in doing the right thing isn't what it used to be. He's still saying you've fallen. Well, this is what he's saying. You can fall, but still be in the same routine every day. You can spiritually diminish, but be in the same house, serve the same husband, work with the same brothers, but still given less and have fallen, and you haven't left yet. Read on.
Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent and do the first works.
Meaning, do the first works, meaning do your work with the first level of intention and love that you first did it in.
Yep.
Listen, how many of us sit back here and study because you got to study, not because you are passionate to study? How many times when your husband tells you to study, you do it like it's homework, like it's standards, like it's a punishment? Is that how you studied when you first came in? No, it wasn't. How many of us do our work for the Most High grudgingly? Because you got to do it. Listen, how many of us do the work of the Most High because if you don't, you know you're going to fall?
There's no zeal in that.
Versus doing it because you love it.
Yeah.
That first love, you know what it is? It's almost like, are you serving the Most High out of fear or love? That's how he shows how we've diminished or we've fallen. A lot of us serve the Most High out of fear instead of evolving and serving the Most High because you love it. And if you're just getting up in the morning, you're just barely getting up, and you're bitter and grumpy, you've lost your first love and you've fallen. He says you better fight to get back to those first works. That first motivation, that pure motivation. Read on.
Or else I will come unto thee quickly.
Or else you're on the chopping block. You're on the chopping block if you lose your zeal. What he's saying is this: you don't have to just leave the building.
No.
You're on the chopping block when you don't love doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you quickly if you can't maintain your zeal and your purity of outlook towards what you do for the Most High, towards what you do for your husband, towards what you do for the work, for the sisters.
Usually, there's always a newness when there's something brand new. There's always zeal when something is new.
Yeah.
After it's not new anymore, there's always an excitement of the new. Then when the newness starts to fade,
Yep.
then the excitement starts to fade. Then the joy starts to fade and diminish.
Oh shoot! Okay, that's true.
Then it's like when I see this person, I don't smile like I used to smile. This person don't like the room up there. The room isn't lit anymore while they're smiling anymore, by my smile anymore. Now I can just walk past the person as if I barely even noticed they were there. Why is that? Because that's that zeal being diminished. Because when you start to see flaw, which you will see flaws when you're around anybody, you start to lose the desire to do right by them. And that's when the respect goes down the window. The respect goes down the window when you see flaw.
Yep.
So then now it's like, why should I give my maximum to a person that's flawed? Or why should I give my maximum to a camp that's flawed? Or why should I give my maximum to people that's flawed? Then to me, it's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my energy. That's how we rationalize output. We rationalize and quantify our output based upon value.
Because it's things I see flaw in. Either I don't give because I see flaw in a person, or I don't give because I'm not getting what I want out the deal.
Right.
And that's the issue. Why do you not give? Because I see flaw in you, but it's really a mixture of both. I see flaw in you, and really, you're not giving me what I want.
Right.
So why should I sit back and burn out for you when you're not giving me what I want?
Exactly.
I'm holding my best hostage.
And that's the point. And that's how a person loses their first love.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to maintain your first ability to love and give your spirit and give max regardless of what you get back in return. Because that's the root of it. Why can't you give the Most High your best?
Come on, give me
Because I'm not giving my best to this person. I see their flaws. They're not giving their best. Don't we like to mimic and match the energy of people? If you and especially when it comes to our desire to serve the Most High, I'm gonna match your energy. You want to give me 60%, then I'm gonna give you 50. I'm not burning out for nobody. When we start playing those games, now you've lost your first love, and you have fallen already. Before you leave, that's what the Most High is making your life.
You don't even realize you're falling.
That's the point.
You don't even realize that you're falling.
You only start realizing it when the Most High makes your life a living hell. And then even then you don't even realize it.
You don't even realize your output changed. That's how sneaky it is. That's how deceptive it is to tell yourself I'm giving my best. When in actuality I'm not. Because the truth of it is we can always do more, give more, and show more fervency, show more effort. We can always put forth more effort.
Yep.
We can always go above and beyond. We don't even realize when we're not even going above and beyond anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So let's continue.
Or
So
else,
yeah. Yep.
or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of his place, except thou repent.
So he's telling us to repent. Read on. Or he said he's going to remove your candlestick out of this place. Meaning what? That light in you. If you don't value that light that he's given you, that Holy Spirit he's given you, that opportunity to build with the Most High, if you don't learn to love it and appreciate that light, he'll take it away.
And that light in Matthew chapter 5, that is being the light of the world, he said you set it on a candlestick so it can give light to all that's in the house. That light represents influence too, and the ability for you to put your influence on people. Because what the Most High is saying is, he doesn't want no dim lights shining in his temple. Because when your lights start to dim, when you change a light bulb that ain't bright no more. When the light bulb has lost its brightness and its luminance, you change that bulb out. That light is not serving its purpose. It's not benefiting you for what it's for. Most High is saying the same thing about us. Once you start slowing down in your efforts and your zeal, you're no longer a benefit to what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And then he'll just go ahead and unscrew you
because we're supposed
and replace you.
We're supposed to be a city on a hill.
Exactly.
We're supposed to be that light that beacon of light that everybody's supposed to pattern their lives after.
I have no more inspiration in me. Yep. I've lost my inspiration.
And if you're no good, especially and this is a lot of times people who've been in the truth for a period of time. Why keep having this dim damn light be at the top? Because you're not inspiring anybody. What you're doing is making it harder for people to actually want to change.
Yep.
You become actually a stumbling block. And he has to remove those stumbling blocks. So either you or we learn how to value this work and find joy in this work, or he will remove us. Now with that, read verse 6.
Verse 6. But this thou hast, that thou hatest the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate.
He says, but this thou hast, that thou hatest the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. Nicolaitan was a faction of Jews that taught libertinism or libertinism. They were libertines. Libertine. They were libertines. And the libertines was a philosophy and a lifestyle prioritizing unrestricted sensual pleasure, hedonism, and personal freedom, while rejecting the conventional, social, moral, or religious constraints. Why is that important? Why is Christ explaining, on one hand, talking about how we've lost our first love, and on the other hand, saying, don't be, you said you hate these Nicolaitans, which I also hate also. Why is he bringing up the Nicolaitans? Because he's bringing that extreme other side, because you have fallen. You've lost your first love because you still want the freedom that those Nicolaitans push and teach.
And they represent self-indulgence.
And he's saying you've fallen because you're feeding a little bit of your self-indulgence. It's not as extreme as the libertines, but you're playing with that libertine doctrine in your own heart. That is what's competing with your first love works.
That makes sense.
You want something out the deal. It's just you just haven't said, I'm just going to be all about what I want, like those hedonistic libertine doctrine guys, the Nicolaitans were. They were about no restraints to do what you want. But you've lost your first love because you want to serve the Most High and you still want what you want too. And that's what's inside of you. And that's what is infuriating Christ.
That spirit is starting to get on me.
And he's like, that spirit's on you. Whereas in the beginning, you weren't about what you wanted out to do. You weren't about your freedom and your liberty. Now you're about your freedom and liberty. So now the Most High has an issue because you're trying to you're doing works of the Most High while wanting that liberty at the same time. Yes, sis.
I have a question. So if in the beginning we have that first love, but we develop that first love for the Most High faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just do because we're impelled to do, not compelled, but we're impelled
Yes. Compelled. Yes. Yes.
Is it compelled?
Yes.
Compelled.
Okay. So we do that, but why is it that later on that happens, the stillness, or we let that spirit? Do we let that spirit envelop?
Develop. Yes.
Develop within us, or was it already in us and it started to come to the surface?
Well, I think it's both. But don't forget, Luke 17 says, "It is impossible, but that offenses will come." Listen, but how do you react once the offenses come? And because the offenses come, and we get offended or we get hurt, all of a sudden we stop serving the Most High now. Now the intensity of our service starts to wane. If you look at everybody's life, everybody loves serving the Most High until you get punched in the mouth. Until you lose something. Until affliction happens. Until you don't get what you want. Until you have an expectation for something and you don't get it. Or you feel you've been slighted. Now all of a sudden, the offenses came. Do you maintain your first love? Or do you start feeding that desire to be a libertine? Are you feeding that mindset that I got to get something out the deal before I progress further? And somebody has to be kind to me in the way that I want to be treated kindly before I reciprocate love. If I don't, now I was like, because I was hurt and I was let down, now I'm going to slow down on how much I commit to the next person because I was jaded. So Christ is like, listen, your first love has changed. Offenses has happened. You're not the same person, and you're not doing things for the right reasons or the same reasons as you used to.
In Matthew chapter 18, verse 3, he says, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter to the kingdom of heaven. What does little children represent? It's one word that children represent.
Innocence.
Say it again. They represent innocence. Children represents innocence. What happens to our outlook? So it's no longer innocent anymore. It's full of blame. It's full of hate. It's full of grief, ingratitude. Now my outlook is not pure anymore. My outlook is not innocent. So now I don't even look at the word innocent anymore. Innocent also just means believing. I don't believe that much anymore. My belief is being affected. So this is when people start to diminish in their particular outlook towards the Most High and giving Christ their all. Why don't I give Christ my all? Because I don't look at the truth the same way anymore. It's not as pure to me anymore. I don't believe in it as much as I used to. Before we'll run off a cliff for the Most High.
I know.
We'll run off a cliff for Christ. Each and every one of us would have done anything for Christ, from going against our families, quitting jobs, leaving opportunities, bailing out on people that we made promises to in the world, leaving friends that we had in the world. We did anything for Christ. Now we barely show up.
Mm-hmm. But we didn't quit.
I'm still here though. I came to class, didn't I?
Yep. Shut up.
But
that's the point.
But I'm here.
Yeah. That's why Paul said, "In wisdom be men, but be children in malice."
Malice.
Yeah.
In the negative, in your negative intention, a child can sit back and get mad that somebody took his toy or her toy, and then play with them a couple minutes later.
Yep.
After you cry it out, you're cool again. He says that's how you got to be in general, because you can't keep giving and maintaining Christ as your first love if you don't operate like children when they're angry. You have to be able to let things go and not let whatever damage or offenses that happen to you change what you do for the Most High. Or you will end up being like the Nicolaitans. Just living your life, feeding and fueling your desire. That's why the Most High keeps looking at our whys and our motivations. And when he starts looking at our whys, he can say, yeah, you've lost your first love. You're not doing it for the right reasons like you used to. Your intentions aren't pure. Or you still got the same raggedy, dogged intentions you had in the past. It's time to grow up. Whether you came in with zeal or you came in skeptical, you better learn how to be positive and pure. Either you better learn how to have a pure outlook, or you better learn how to maintain a pure outlook.
And that lesson that we're talking about now is an age-old lesson that started at the beginning of the Bible with Cain and Abel.
Yep.
Cain gave a sacrifice, but he had some selfish intent behind it. Abel gave a sacrifice. He had the Most High's intent behind it.
Yep.
One got blessed and was accepted, one wasn't. And we know the outcome of the other. So that lesson was something that the Most High had been trying to teach from the beginning of time, from the beginning of the Bible.
And we just never put it together because our desires matters too much. How we feel and how people make us feel matters way too much.
Yep.
So with that being the case, so when you read about people that serve the Most High and maintain their first love, and then he goes to the opposite polarity of Nicolaitans, he's telling you people lose their first love because they start wanting the same things the Nicolaitans want. If you say if that's like you're saying, if you hate people of the world, then why are you still want what you want out the world too?
That's why I want to put a scripture.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't pour this. I'm about the Most High and serve it. But then sit back here and say, I hate the world. But then you still want your freedoms that worldly people want also. Yes. You got it.
Exodus 18:21. Exodus 18:21. And the Most High tried to eliminate this way of thinking and this defect from the very beginning.
Exodus chapter 18 and verse 21. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men.
Able men, read.
Such as fear the Most High.
Respect the Lord.
Yep.
Read.
Men of truth.
Men that deal in honesty without duplicity. That's the goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Hating covetousness.
Oh, that's the part people don't want to forget.
Yep.
Hating covetousness.
Yep.
Well, what is covetousness but a simplified version or extreme version of wanting something?
Yep.
I'm not asking for much.
Yeah, just this.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. We want to bless. We want something. I get it. But you have to hate covetousness. You have to hate the ideal that I can't do good for you unless I get something back. Because we all hate when people deal with us like that.
Yep.
I gave you something, but I have a string attached.
Yep.
Remember what I did for you last week, Sean? What about me now?
Yep.
I came through for you.
How come on? I asked you for something. You can't come through. You can't deliver.
Exactly.
Well, then was it free then?
That's what I'm saying. It really, the premise behind what I did, we all hate when somebody offers something to us, and then they hold us hostage because they gave us. Last week I did give you that gas money, so I don't know why. Why are you bringing up this? What you did for me?
The question is who's counting?
You're counting.
I'm counting.
Yeah, get counting.
Right.
Somebody's counting because they have a string attached. Because they did the work, they didn't want to give it, or they did it because they had to do it of necessity.
It was reluctance though.
It was reluctance. So when we're doing good, is their reluctance. That reluctance turns over time into regret, bitterness, and then covetousness. Because people say, man, well, I've been doing it and doing this. I've seen people start counting all the hours they've invested in the body and in the camp and said, well, I should be getting paid this much by now. When did that become the premise? You count all the years of work you did and say, well, now I should be getting this much?
Yep.
Why are you thinking like that? Because when you gave,
you got some nicolation in you.
Because you got some nicolation.
You want to put with the G instead of the C.
Yeah.
You got some nicolation in you. That's what it is.
That's the book of Nicolations. You want to sit here and take a little something back. You want a little refund on your good works.
I know. And that he's saying you got a little bit of libertinism.
Yeah.
Or libertinism.
Yeah, libertine.
You have a little bit of libertinism, and he's trying to show us that as we evolve, you have to still fight to not make it about you at all.
And
that is the key to longevity.
It can infect, but the problem is it can infect our service.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't check this and talk about this and expose this concept, it can infect our service down the line to where you're here, but you don't want to be here. My body is here, but my mind is not.
And that's what he's saying. If you don't attack this, he's going to take out your candlestick and blow your candlestick out because that desire for more is going to keep growing. You start playing with that, what you're not getting out the deal. Don't you realize it keeps growing? You keep wanting more and more and more. When you start sitting back here and ruminating on what you haven't gotten, that haven't gotten list keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
God.
Am I right or wrong? It doesn't just say, man, just one thing. The flesh always wants what? More. That's what 1 John chapter 2 talks about. The flesh always wants more.
Right.
Your eyes always want more. So when you start thinking about what you haven't gotten, that wish list gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So you got to kill it at the root. I can't want nothing. If I don't want nothing, I can't be a servant to more. That libertine mindset, that liberal mindset, and accepting that concept is how you stay strong and you never lose your first love. And if you maintain the mindset, the Most High will give you the things you need. But do you trust the Most High? Have you worked in a relationship enough to know that you'll get what you need if you stop ruminating on what you don't have? Does that make sense? So what's happening, we're going to bring it all back.
Okay,
to,
one more.
Before we go to bringing it back.
Yeah, one more. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 12 and 13.
I love the point, bro.
People at this time, we're going to go over some history about Onias, huh? There's going to be some boring story about Onias building the temple, huh?
It was two Onias.
All Onias did was reveal something in him that we got in us too.
God. And the funny thing, I'm going to say it again, Onias wasn't wicked. And he did good works, and he created an avenue and a lane for the Jews to come and serve the Most High in different cities. And that's a beautiful thing. But we can't just gloss over the sickness in it and the motivation that wasn't pure. You can't just gloss over things like this. I'm sorry. Keep going your point, sir.
Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 13.
12.
2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 12. For we dare not make ourselves.
This is why Paul said, I won't dare do this. What Paul is saying that he makes sure is that he won't dare do. That he's for certain that he won't do. Read.
For we dare not make ourselves of the number, or compare ourselves with some that commend themselves.
He says we won't look at those that are always looking at and determining what they possess and where they are as having position or receive prosperity. He said there are certain people that look at what they have, and what they have, they measure that as growth or as not growth. Or they'll do this. Read.
But they, measuring themselves by themselves.
Go ahead.
And comparing themselves.
And doing what?
And comparing themselves.
Some people aren't happy unless they do what?
Compare themselves.
Unless they start comparing themselves to other people. I got to look at what this person got to determine if I'm happy or not.
I thought I was happy, but
I thought I was happy, but since this person got this, then I can't be happy.
Hey, what's that verse again? I can type it.
It's 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 12 and 13.
Monster, bro.
He said, so these people compare themselves by themselves, so they're always looking at what other people got or have to determine their own level of happiness.
Bro.
Read.
Among themselves.
He says they do it amongst themselves. Read on.
Are not wise.
He said, but these people that do this are not what?
Why?
You know why? Because if you start looking at what you have or don't have and start measuring yourself next to somebody else, you'll never appreciate what the Most High gave you. You'll never be thankful for what you have. You never look at what you have as being good enough. Read on.
But we will not boast our things without our measure.
Go ahead.
But according to the measure of the rule which the Most High has distributed to us.
He said, we'll look at what we have based on what the Most High gives us, not on based upon what I think I deserve, what I think I should have, what I expect that I should have.
I know my worth.
I know my value. I know my worth. I know what I should be possessing.
No, you don't.
I should have this level of blessing based upon my output. What Paul is saying is, I stay in my lane, and I just look at what I got as the Most High. He's the one that gave it to me, so it's good enough for me. If the Most High gave it to me, I'm happy with what He gave to me.
Then it was meant to be.
Then it was meant to be from the Lord. Anything outside of that, he said, is not wisdom. Read on.
Jeez.
It said, but we will not boast of things without our measure, but according to the measure of the rule which the Most High has distributed to us, a measure to reach even unto you.
And he says, this is the measure or the mind frame that we're trying to teach you.
He said that comparative thinking is death.
That's that Nicolaitan mind frame.
It's Nicolaitan. It's covetous. It's the root of it's covetous.
Yep.
But then it's libertine, because I see somebody has something I don't have. Now I'm in the wrong mindset.
That's the philosophy.
Now I have to go and get that. I have to equal or beat it
On top.
for me to sit back here and feel better.
Yeah.
And that's the root of wickedness. And what this is why the Most High said, or Christ, when Christ saw that man, Nathaniel, he said, man, there's an Israelite with no guile. This is indeed, but meaning, man, how many, you don't see a lot of Jews that serve the Most High with pure intentions.
Just cause.
He says most Jews do the right thing for a price,
Merchandise.
for something. What he said, most Jews are mercs inside. He said, man, to have a guy that just does right because it's the right thing to do. This doesn't happen.
And with no skepticism.
With no negative outlook or no dual motivation. Because that's what most of us do. We do good for something. And until we get to the point that we can live a life of doing good with no desire for nothing else, that is the level of Zen, so to speak, or the top level of life that we're all supposed to be fighting and attaining for. It's not deep. Can you do this work without desiring something else out the deal? If you can do that, you've conquered and beat the flesh. And can you be happy at it? And happy in doing it?
Is the work the reward?
Well, that's
It's not
it.
that you want reward from your work.
Because this is what kills a lot of people that are trying to restore their spirit. People come in here and they say, I want to do good works because I want the Most High to bless me.
Right.
But the thought is, you should just learn and come in here to do good works because I have a lot of making up to do.
I'm in
Because the Most High has given me so much mercy, I owe the Most High. But people don't come back to the Most High for that reason. Think about if you weren't here serving the Most High, what would you be doing? And how bad your life would be. And because the Most High hasn't turned his back on you, you owe the Most High years. Why do I say you owe the Most High years? Because if you come in here with this expectation that your life's going to be awesome in a few months, you're going to leave. But if you say, man, I owe the Most High 15 years of my life. I got to sit down for 15 years, man. I owe the Most High.
In righteousness.
In righteousness. We talking jail talk.
I did a bid in righteousness about 20 years.
Because in the world, you accept you got to do 15. You got to sit down for 15 because you did some dirt. How about you did dirt in the world? You got to sit down for 15 years for God.
You're a prisoner of the Lord.
How about that?
Yeah.
Sit down for, listen, either you're going to be sitting down in jail or you're going to be sitting down in the Lord's prison. Which one's better?
Lord's way.
Sitting down having to throw hands with these dudes in jail? Like, listen, we always joke about like jail stories. Like it's always on YouTube algorithms. Like, and you sit back and hear what these guys got to go through. And the level of fear and the level of caution you have to operate in all day long. You want to sit back here and fight for your manhood and your dignity all damn day long, all night? Or you want to sit back here and learn how to fight for your spiritual dignity all day and all night?
How about that?
Which one do you want to do? Which one do you want to do?
One, you can pick your meals, and the other one, they pick them for you.
Listen, yes.
You finna eat that.
Yeah.
And then you don't go to sleep at this time.
Yeah.
The lights out this time.
Yeah.
And you better make sure the guy that's on the top bunk don't go down to the lower bunk.
And he likes.
So how much sleep are you really gonna get?
He likes you and he wants you.
And listen, and how hard are you willing to fight for what you got? Because he's willing to die for what he
Don't go to
wants.
sleep.
He's willing to die for what he wants. It's all listen, he's in jail forever. So in his head, I want what you got. Do you want your morality more than what he wants? Every day of your
Your
life?
flesh, huh?
Every day? Is that what you want to do?
You fight for your spirit today.
Or you want to fight for your spirit every day? Which one is a better deal?
Oh my God, that's easy.
Listen. For some Jake, it ain't. For some of our people, it ain't. Because we sit back and say, man, this is too hard to do. To go to class every day and serve the Most High? I don't want to do this. Okay. Then keep destroying your flesh and destroying, compromising your life in the world and see where that takes you.
Well, I don't want that either.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
And now we're in lukewarmville.
Bro, but the Most High said he's going to take your candle out. So guess where you're going? You're going to that world you said you don't want to go to. It's coming. It's waiting for you. But either way, you're going to fight somewhere. You're going to fight in that world, You're gonna fight in the spirit.
The zombies are waiting for you. Right?
Listen, it's worse than zombies. Zombies move slow. It's that what was that show where the zombies were like sprinters? Like that's the worst apocalyptic world in the world.
I am legend.
No, well, it's I Am Legend, and it's also like zombie movies. Ring Rangers are one where they were stuck in the mall lot.
Zombies?
No, there was zombies, and they finally got in the mall, but they're sprinting. They I'm like, bro, how do you get past that? Or 48 hours. 48 hours later, and it was 24.
28 days.
It was 28 days. 28 days later. 28 years later. Whatever the case is. But these guys running 4-4s. Like all the zombies run 4-4. How the hell are you gonna survive the apocalypse when they're all running 4-4s? Like how do you get that fast and all your body is decaying? That doesn't make sense. At least in the Walking Dead world, your body starts to break down, and the bad guys, it takes a lot to get them. But when it's like they're sprinters out, you're done, huh?
Well, Esau's trying to send like a symbolic message. He said, don't be caught up in the apocalypse around the Judites.
Listen, they got Edomites running 4-4. Listen, they got Edomites driving running 4-4s. Like,
just trying to warn you.
It's like when you become a zombie, you automatically a track star. Right? Like, and you can run for days. Like, what is this?
Your injuries go away.
That's what I'm saying. No sciatica, it's flying out. They're pushing out. Like, what the hell? How do you get stronger joints when you die?
And some good wind too.
But it's non-stop adrenaline. Like, what is this?
Eat brains.
Because back in the day, it was brains. That's what it was in the 80s. Now they're sprinters.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they got the Gatorade stuff that plants.
But I don't know what the heck it is. All I'm saying is, either you're going to sit back here and serve the Most High the right way, and this is the thing. Think about this. You have to learn how to find happiness and find spiritual resolutions through everything you're going through, or your sacrifice and offering to the Most High will be tainted. And the longer you give a tainted offering to the Most High, now you're on the clock. Now he's going to sit back here and eventually shake you out of it. And if you can't respond, he's going to blow out your candle and you're out.
I got to pull the scripture right here, bro. I want to hold it.
Okay, what is it?
Proverbs 21:8. With what you're saying. I pull it a lot, but it matters. It matters.
I believe it. I believe you. Did you finish your Corinthians?
Mm-hmm.
The scripture saved my life.
Too much information, man.
I'm just
TMI,
saying.
man. TMI. I'm just messing.
No, it just taught me you gotta be pure in this world.
Yeah. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 8.
Uh-huh.
The way of a man is forward.
Stop. That's not forward going straight. That is froward. He says the way of man is disobedient. The way of our people, our motivations are disobedient. Our reasons for doing things are partially good, partially disobedient. Read on.
The way of a man is forward and strange.
And strange. It's like, it's unusual. It's like being double jointed is something that's strange, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not natural or common to be double jointed.
Mm-hmm.
It looks something's wrong when somebody do all these weird contorting their body a certain way and like, well, I'm double jointed. And it's always in circuses because it's a marvel to look at a person bend and contort their body in such a manner. It is outstanding to the eye. It is amazing to see. But when people have double intentions, it's no different.
Yeah.
You can physically see this guy's contorting his body, and he's in this ball, and like he's walking
backwards
he's
like
walking
this.
backwards
like it's a scary movie. When the guy's going back to like this, you better get the hell out of that house. That's a haunted house. That's a haunted house. Get the heck out of there.
Out of the haunted house.
He's gonna hurt you. Or remember watching The Ring? When that chick was crawling like this, she came out of the room. Yeah. You gotta get the hell out of that room.
Yes.
If you come out of that screen, all it takes is one arm out. You're out. Why are you still there? You gotta be, it's coming out of the television. The second arm is out. Now the foot is out. What am I going to do? Why aren't you in the car by now? Huh?
Exactly.
What are you doing? What is this crazy? Anyway,
This isn't fun anymore.
That's strange. That's strange.
And I'm looking at people. They're double jointed. They're like, she's sitting on her chest, and then she put her feet on her head. She's sitting on her chest like this, and now her feet are on her head. She's double jointed.
Yes.
And these are weird positions. But when we're with the Most High, we have duplicit desires. It looks the same way in the spirit. It's abnormal. I thought you wanted to be my servant. I do, but I'm angry too at the same time. So the way of man is forward, meaning disobedient, and strange, meaning it's not natural. It's irregular. Read.
But as for the pure,
But the pure, read.
his work is right.
A pure person's work is just because I did it because I love the Father. I did it for Christ and Christ's sake. I did it for the work. I did it for the body. I did it for my husband. I did it for my children. I did it for the men. I did it because I did it for the scripture's sake. And now there's nothing else included. Now if I get a blessing, cool.
Listen, now funny, another aspect of that word strange, we look at the etymology of it. Another way to look at strange is rude, unpolite. It's strange because it's not in order. It's disrespectful. The intentions are damaging to me.
Yeah.
What makes sense to you is rude to the Most High.
Next.
Your strange way of looking at things, your foreign way of looking at things, because foreign is another. Foreign, rude, unpolite. It's abusive. It alienates you. It separates you. It's strange because it separates you from the Most High. Your contorted way of looking at things is strange and rude and out the spirit. It's not just weird. It's not just an anomaly. It's rude and it's offensive. Your strange, selfish behavior makes sense to you and it offends the Most High. That's what the strangeness also is.
Yeah. It's offensive. Because you know the offensive part of it? I thought you were doing this because you really loved me. Well, I do. But I'm a little mad at you too.
Because I want something out the deal. It's what the Most High calls strange are dual intentions.
Yes.
Dual motivations. Multiple reasons for what you do. That's what's strange. That's what vexes the Most High. Why can't your yea be yea and your nay be nay? Why can't you just do it for this reason? Why do you got to have all these other reasons behind it?
That's the point.
Now it makes it harder for me to judge you. So, with that being the case, let's get back to the point at hand and get back to paragraph 1 in the Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 3, paragraph 1. So, Onias IV has a good relationship with Ptolemy Philometor and Cleopatra, and the conversation is about finding a way to take some leave from his time serving them to build a temple, because Isaiah 19 says to build a temple, right? Let's read on in that chapter. That paragraph, I mean. I'm trying to find. It says,
Onias was elevated with this prediction and wrote the following epistle to Ptolemy and Cleopatra.
Go a little bit further up. Like the chief reason why he was desirous so to do.
Line 64. The chief reason why he was desirous so to do was that he relied upon the prophet Isaiah, who lived about 600 years before and foretold that there certainly was to be a temple built to the almighty power in Egypt by a man that was a Jew. Onias was elevated with this prediction and wrote the following epistle to Ptolemy and Cleopatra. Having done many and great things for you in the affairs of the war, by the assistance of the Most High, and that in coast Syria and Phoenicia I came at length with the Jews to Leonopolis and to other places of your nation.
Leonopolis is called the city of lions in Egyptian. Okay, in the city of lions, Leonopolis, there's many names for that region. In some places it's Leonopolis, other ones is Heliopolis.
I've heard that one before.
But it's in that same vicinity. And pretty much he is saying the Jews lived in Leon Topolis also. So he says, I did a lot of good things for you. I've looked after you in wars. Obviously, he was an advisor to them, and whatever wars and affairs they had in their city, he had some kind of advisor position for them, right? So read on. He says, I came at length with the Jews. Read on.
To Neoptopolis and to other places of your nation, where I found that the greatest part of your people had temples in an improper manner, and that on this account they bore ill will one against another, which happens to the Egyptians by reason of the multitude of their temples, and the differences of opinions about divine worship.
So what he's saying is the Egyptian ideology is very backwards. So when you sit back here and deal with these pro-Egyptian guys and these Kemet cats, what they don't talk about is how chaotic and how disjointed the Egyptian idols and beliefs are, and how they don't have a real, meaning a unified belief structure. There's a bunch of chaos in the Egyptian beliefs and philosophies. And this is what Onias IV is saying. Read on.
Now I found a very fit place in a castle that hath its name from the country Diana. This place is full of materials of several sorts, and replenished with sacred animals. I desire, therefore, that you will grant me leave to purge this holy place, which belongs to no master, and is fallen down, and to build there a temple to the mighty, almighty power, after the pattern of that in Jerusalem, and that of the same dimensions, that they be for the benefit of thyself and thy wife and children, that those Jews who dwell in Egypt may have a place whither they may come and meet together in mutual harmony, one with another.
So what he's saying, the way he's trying to spin it, is that this temple will unite our people. They'll bring harmony, and it won't be as seditious as the Egyptian temples are. He said in these Egyptian temples, there's a bunch of confusion. It doesn't bring people together. This temple, if you give me this lot of land in this castle, I'll tear it down, use the supplies to build a temple here that will galvanize and bring people together. When you read about the downfall of the Ptolemaic Empire, part of it was all the civil wars in the country. There was a lot of civil wars with the Egyptians, a lot of discontent about how things were being run. And he is trying to offer a solution in a unifying symbolic place for the region. Read on.
And be subservient to thy advantages.
Mm-hmm. And that's the advantages is peace and harmony and no civil wars. Read on.
For the prophet Isaiah foretold that there should be an altar in Egypt to the Lord Yahweh, and many other such things that he prophesied relating to that place.
So he's saying it's important that you allow me to do this because the Most High in Isaiah 19 prophesied that there's going to be a temple built in Egypt to service the people. We're going to go on Isaiah 19 in a second. Before we go in there, that city of Leon Topolis, or specifically the region of Nomos of Heliopolis, is literally the same region that was the land of Goshen, where our people, where Israelites were in Egypt. Okay? So I'm just going to show you a little bit of the map work. Goshen. If you sit back here and look at the map online, you'll see Goshen is a little larger region than just that space. Goshen goes from that, where you see the word, which is near, it's below the, it's in Lower Egypt, but it's like bottom right of Lower Egypt. You'll see Goshen, and that region kind of spreads all the way through some of the lakes and rivers that run up through Lower Egypt. Okay? So Lower Egypt, Goshen, is similar to the location where you find Heliopolis, which is a little southwest of the Goshen region. But that Goshen region encompasses the Heliopolis land, which is also another word for the the Leontopolis or City of Lions region, which our people were still living at. So our people lived in Alexandria and also lived in Old Goshen, where we once lived when Moses sat back here and got the Jews out of Goshen. So it kind of has a reminder that the Most High was still, he still was kind of, you see where Goshen is now? It's right where the lakes are.
There's a parallel.
It's definitely, you see where Goshen on this map is closer to where the actual lakes are and rivers are, and then this Goshen is a little bit kind of further away, but it's the same region.
Oh.
It's the same region, and it encompasses Heliopolis. Point is this Goshen region, and you see Heliopolis is like right below it.
Yeah.
But it's that region where Jews lived during the time of Exodus, and it's the region where Jews were living at this time. Okay? So this is the region that he's asking Ptolemy Philometor, and he's asking Cleopatra to give him that land. It's an abandoned temple. This would be the place where the Jews get taught. Okay? So let's read paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2, line 69. And this was what Onias wrote to King Ptolemy. Now any may observe his piety, and that of his sister and wife Cleopatra.
You see how Ptolemy Philadelphia set a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
That all they kept marrying their sisters after Ptolemy Philadelphia's. It's crazy. Read on.
By that epistle which they wrote in answer to it, for they laid the blame and the transgressions of the law upon the head of Onias. And this was their reply. King Ptolemy and Queen Cleopatra to Onias, send greeting. We have read thy petition, wherein thou desirest leave to be given to thee to purge that temple which is fallen down at Leontopolis, in the Nomus of Heliopolis.
In the Nomus of Heliopolis. So Leontopolis is in the region of Heliopolis. Read on.
And which is named from that country Bubastis. Bubastis. On which account we cannot but wonder that it should be pleasing to the Most High to have a temple erected in a place so unclean and so full of sacred animals.
So he's like, why are you pushing it to have it there where there's a bunch of filthy, unclean animals there? He says, you can have it if you want, but why do you want that spot for a place for the Most High? That's what he wanted. But read on.
But since thou sayest that Isaiah the prophet foretold this long ago, we give thee leave to do it, if it may be done according to your law, and so that we may not appear to have at all offended the Most High herein.
So even the Egyptians always had a respect for the Most High God. They just believed in other gods too.
Yep.
They just said, listen, as long as me clearing this with you doesn't get the Most High mad at us, because we know those animals are unclean, and we know what clean animals the Most High prefers. So if you think it's okay, we're only clearing it if that blowback don't come on us.
Yeah, we don't want to get hit for this.
We don't want to get stung by the Most High because we gave you a land that had polluted animals. And that was filthy, and it was an old idol temple. But keep going.
Paragraph 3, line 72. So Onias took the place and built the temple and an altar to the Most High, like indeed to that in Jerusalem, but smaller and poorer.
But it was smaller, and it was a less expensive building. Okay, read on.
I do not think it proper for me now to describe its dimensions or its vessels, which have been already described in my 7th book of the Wars of the Jews.
And we're going to read the 7th book of the Wars of the Jews in a little bit that describes the temple with more clarity, this secondary temple with more clarity. Read on.
However, Onias found other Jews like to himself, together with priests and Levites, that there performed divine service, but we have said enough about this temple.
So he says, I've said enough about this temple. So now let's go in the Bible to explain what verse in Isaiah 19 Onias IV was talking about that explains this prophecy. It's Isaiah chapter 19 and verse 19. Let me type it in real quick.
Isaiah 19:19, right?
Isaiah chapter 19 and verse 19, and we're going to try to get it down to like verse 25 eventually. We're going to, do some jumping around from there. Isaiah 19 and 19. Let's start there.
Isaiah chapter 19 and verse 19. In that day shall there be an altar to the Most High.
Matter of fact, read verse 18.
Isaiah chapter 19 and verse 18. In that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan.
So what is he saying? He's saying that there was a prophecy that down the line there's going to be 5 cities in Egypt where Israelites were going to be living. We know already about Leon Tropolis or Leon Topolius. We know about Alexandria, and there was obviously other cities in the region of Egypt where Israelites were sent. Now we know though we some of us left on our own accord, so some of us were sent in captivity when Ptolemy the First Soter took a lot of us and brought us into captivity. Remember that? That was before our freedom was brought back through Eleazar and the high priest when Philadelphus took the Bible, got the translation, and paid a bunch of money for it. But let's continue.
And swear to the Most High of hosts, one shall be called the city of destruction.
One of the cities would be called the city of destruction. I don't know that city, but out of the 5 cities, one of the cities was called that. Read on.
In that day shall there be an altar to the Most High in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Most High.
So this is the prophecy that Isaiah said there was going to be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt. And this is the verse that Onias IV pulled to Ptolemy Philometor and Cleopatra. This is the prophecy that actually was fulfilled during Onias IV's time. Read on.
And it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto the Most High of hosts in the land of Egypt.
It's a sign and a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. Read on.
For they shall cry unto the Most High because of the oppressors, and he shall send them a Savior and a great one, and he shall deliver them.
So this is just a sign for the people to sit back here and stay connected to who? The Heavenly Father. Okay? This is a place where they can sit back here and be conscious of serving the Most High so they can wait for their deliverance.
Like last time, right?
Like last time. Well, let's continue.
And the Lord shall be known to Egypt.
And this is the whole point. Christ, the Lord, the message of the word shall be known in that region. Partially because of the temple that is erected. That temple was the place where all the Israelites in the region can come together and learn about the Most High. It's a place where everybody can learn about Christ and the Most High opposite of Jerusalem. Read on.
And the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day.
And on top of that, on top of the fact that in the region of Egypt, Israel is going to know about the Most High, that region of Egypt is going to be known or taught about the Most High. They will have access to learn about the Most High as well. We just read in paragraph 2 that Ptolemy Philadelphus, not Philometor, said, listen, man, I don't know if your God will be happy with me allowing you to have this location to serve the Most High because of all these unclean animals. That meant Philometor knew about the law also. So if Philometor knew about the law, the Egyptians and the people in that region were going to know about the law. Okay, including the Jews. Read on.
And shall do sacrifice and oblation. Yea, they shall vow a vow unto the Most High and perform it.
Now listen, when he's saying that the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, who is he specifically talking about? The Israelites that are Egyptian. He's still talking about the Israelites. Now we know that the other nations were going to learn the law residually because they're around people that know the law. But the Most High is talking about Egyptians in this arena, but they're not Egyptians. These Egyptians are talking about Israelites who were living like Egyptians in Egyptian culture. Does that make sense? He's saying that he's calling them Egyptians, but they're actually Israelites. And there is a temple of the Most High that the Israelites will have access. These Israelites who are living in Egyptian lands will have access to the Lord. He's letting us know, even then, the Most High knew that we were going to be scattered all around. And that these Egyptians, which are Israelites, are going to be taught the Most High and gain access to learning the Lord in these last days. Read on.
Verse 22. And the Most High shall smite Egypt, and he shall smite and heal it.
So the question is this: is he smiting and healing the literal Egyptian people? Or is he smiting and healing the who? The Israelite that is living in the land of Egypt. This is what this chapter is talking about. He is smiting and healing the Israelites. How is he healing the Israelites? First of all, how did he smite the Israelites in Egypt? We were still second-class citizens. We were still servants to the Egyptian empire, the Greeks in Egypt. That's how we were smitten. Ptolemy Soter took us and made us captives. So he said he smit us, we were smitten, and we were healed. But how were we healed? We were still captives in that country, but now we're going to have access to the Most High, the law, and the scriptures in that region. And that's how he heals us. It's by giving us access to the Lord in these different particular regions. Read on.
And they shall return even to the Most High, and he shall be entreated of them, and shall heal them.
He's going to heal us after this temple is brought up, and we have a place to congregate, come together, and please the Most High. But when you read in context, you think you're talking about Egyptians. But he's not talking about Egyptians. He's talking about Israelites that were in Egypt living the Egyptian way. Now this temple gives these Jews access to the law, access to the word. And because they get access to the word, now they can be healed and entreated of the Lord.
They have a place to go back home to. Because he says the ox knoweth his master's crib, but Israel does not know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know where home is at. So that temple was a way to get back to the Most High.
Yep. So this is where the prophecy was actually talking about. Okay, now keep going. No, it's verse 22. Hold that. Now we're going to go to Wars of the Jews. This is also in the Josephus, but it's further down in the Josephus. It's in the last of the books. Wars. And it's book 7, chapter 10, paragraph 3. Wars of the Jews, chapter 7, book 10, paragraph 3.
See page 770.
So let's read this.
Josephus, The Wars of the Jews, book 7, chapter 10, paragraph 3.
And what we're going to read here is a description where where they're at now, because I'm not sure. They're talking about when the temple fell and Masada fell. But in the midst of explaining Masada falling and the temple falling, it goes back and discusses Onias the Fourth's temple and the spirit that Onias the Fourth built the temple in. It gives a brief little hint over that scenario. We talked about this on last Sunday for those who were here in our class/council. But let's go into it again. Paragraph 3. Wars of the Jews, book 7, chapter 10, paragraph 3.
Line 426.
Mm-hmm.
So Ptolemy complied with his proposal and gave him a place 180 furlongs distance from Memphis.
180 furlongs distance from Memphis, which is in Lower Egypt, which is the northern part of Egypt. Read on.
That Nomos was called the Nomos of Heliopolis, where Onias built a fortress and a temple, not like to that at Jerusalem.
He said it wasn't as good or as beautified as the temple of Jerusalem, but it was similar. Read on.
but such as resembled a tower.
It resembled a tower, and it was somewhat like the temple, but it wasn't exactly like the temple. Read on.
He built it of large stones to the height of 60 cubits.
Mm-hmm.
He made the structure of the altar in imitation to that in our own country.
He made the temple and the altar as an imitation or a simile of the actual temple in Jerusalem. Read on.
And in like manner adorned with gifts, excepting the making of the candlestick.
Mm-hmm.
For he did not make a candlestick, but had a single lamp hammered out of a piece of gold.
So he didn't have the money. He didn't have the money to build a whole candlestick, but he had one light. He had one.
Man.
Listen, huh?
You gotta do what you can.
You gotta do what you can, what you got. Ain't no hating on there, huh? Listen, we had the old school. We had to make it shake, huh? Listen, everybody online was watching it, and we had a little Chinese door on the side of it. It was really the door. It was just protecting the door from the left eye. We made it shake though. We made it pop. And when you see a little light pop, every once we teach you see that light come from the side. Somebody came in the building. It was a 1,000 square foot spot. All right, and we made it shake. So we understand. Onias the Fourth is sitting back here.
Make the best of
Listen, you hammer out a light, bro. That's it. The building's lit, right?
Yeah.
You can see, right?
Exactly.
Stop tripping.
Be happy.
It's like a lampstand.
That's it.
Yeah.
Be happy.
Listen, be happy as a light.
Like
you can read the Bible, can't you?
It's like when you got the $9 torchlight lights from Walmart.
Yeah.
With the plastic cover on the top.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter. Just getting the word out mattered. So it was a replica, but it wasn't an exact replica. It was less than, but it's okay. Read on.
Which illuminated the place with its rays, in which he hung by a chain of gold.
Mm-hmm.
But the entire temple was encompassed with the wall of a burnt brick, though it had gates of stone.
So what it did is it was more of a tower because it was protected with some type of fortification to protect it. Read on.
The king also gave him a large country for revenue in money, that both the priests might have a plentiful provision made for them, and that the Most High might have great abundance of what things were necessary for his worship.
So what he said, he gave them a certain space or land around the temple for the priests to inhabit and live, and give them some type of resources, financial, so they can sustain themselves and sustain the volume that they were expecting to have people coming to serve the Most High. Okay? So he also, the crazy Philometer, first of all, it's still of the Most High. We've talked about Onias' negative intentions and wasn't perfect, but the Most High still honored it.
Yep.
Because it did what? It furthered the what?
The work.
A lot of people, where's that verse that we had in them? We've talked about it before, in Philippians. As a matter of fact, before we go there, let's finish up this part. There's a part I want to drive. But talk about the people sometimes teach out of
Oh yeah, I got you.
Read that verse read it on in Wars.
Line 431. Yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition.
He said, yet, even though there was good work, Philometer backed it, the Most High prophesied about it, even though there was a lot of good work that Onias IV did, and people were taught, and like Isaiah chapter 19 says, people were able to get entreated and healed because of what Onias IV did. Okay? But he said, yet did not Onias, meaning Onias did not do this out of a sober disposition. He didn't do this. He didn't sit back and build this temple out of pure intention. Like we read earlier, he said Onias sat back here and talked to him. Told me, Philometer said, man, I'm doing this because Isaiah 19:16 said somebody was going to do it.
Yeah.
And I think it's me. That was a portion of the reason, but it's
was
also his disposition is how he thinks. So his motivation wasn't just because Isaiah 19:19 said it. He's going to explain. He says, yet did not what? Thawam?
Yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition, but he had a mind to contend with the Jews at Jerusalem.
What did it mean by he had a mind to contend with the Jews at Jerusalem? What does that mean? He wanted to compete with them.
Yep.
He went to sit back here and show him up.
Yeah.
So what was he saying? I can do it better. So he's saying, listen, y'all kicked me out of Jerusalem. We're going to outwork y'all. We're going to sit back here and make this a flyer temple. We ain't got the money y'all had to build it up. Well, we're going to sit back and be more spiritual than y'all. We're going to be more on point than y'all. We're going to sit back here and be more spiritual than y'all. So the question is this. Even though Onias IV did good works, and he was honorable in his dedication for the Most High, and he did the right thing with the allocation of monies, and he sat back here and sacrificed and changed and set up a good standard for the people, he's still saying that his reason for doing it was still impure. The question we got is this. You're supposed to do the right thing because it's the right thing, not to show somebody else up. How many of us do good things in the spirit of competition? Still not right. It's right, but it should be done better than that. It's a reality about us sometimes. Sometimes we do good things for the wrong reasons or not a perfect reason.
A good example of that is online. Israelites that study to argue.
Mm-hmm.
Because the studying element is phenomenal. You're studying to enlighten your people and to teach the Bible and know the Lord. But some of it is studying to argue and just be debated.
Yep.
For glory.
Yep.
And for likes. And for clicks.
Yep.
That's where we go from pure intention to I need something that benefits my flesh a little bit. In the midst of this.
There's still beauty in that, though.
Yeah.
Get second Corinthians chapter 13, verse 7. 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 7.
Second Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 7.
Read that.
Now I pray to the Most High that ye do no evil.
It says, I pray to the Most High that you do know what?
No evil.
Now, trying to do a good deed, but doing it in the wrong spirit, is that right or wrong? What's the spirit that you can do a good deed, but if you're in the wrong spirit, is it still good? No, it's not good. He says, and that you do no evil. Read on.
Not that we should appear approved,
Read on.
but that ye should do that which is honest.
He said, I would rather you do things that which is what?
Honest.
What verse is it again?
This is 2 Corinthians 13 and 7. He said, but that you do things that are honest. So if sometimes we do things that's right, but the intention is evil. The intention isn't right. He says, so match your intentions with honesty. Match your efforts with the honest spirit. Be sincere about it. Here's the beauty of it anyway, though. Read on.
That we be as reprobates.
Read on.
Sorry, though we be as reprobates.
Read next verse.
For we can do nothing against the truth.
So guess what? The Most High still use your evil intention, and it'll still end up magnifying His purpose.
Yep.
So the Most High will still use contentious individuals
To help people.
competitive individuals,
Because you still are teaching the people. So the people are getting developed.
covetous individuals. The Most High still use your bad intention, your negative, evil intention, to his benefit.
But you just won't get rewarded.
You just don't get the glory.
Yeah, you won't get rewarded for it.
You don't get what you're looking for out of it.
That's the point.
But you said that's why he says you can do what?
For we can do nothing against the truth,
Go ahead.
but for the truth.
But who gets the glory though?
The Lord.
Most High.
The Most High still get the glory.
And that's the beautiful thing of it. Because with that point, you done with that?
Mm-hmm.
Go to Philippians 1 and 15. Because it ties right in with your point. Philippians chapter 1. Get there, man. Go for it, sir.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 15. Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
That's my point. Now, there's a lot of people do the word of the Lord, but you're envious about you're teaching it, but there's envy and you want to fight and contend with somebody even though you're teaching.
I need you to hate.
This is Onias IV. Onias IV made this temple but he had the spirit of strife and contention in
I need
him.
it for the energy.
I got bars.
I got bars too. Oh, you don't think I'm good enough? I'm gonna show you I'm good enough. Listen, I'm the one that the Most High was talking about in Isaiah 19.
How about that?
I'm there. Listen, you ain't got a verse talking about you.
That's you.
Do you? You didn't execute a prophecy like I did. See, I might not be in the biggest temple, but I did something you didn't do.
I'm in the book.
I'm in the book and you ain't. That's the negative that fuels us. But the Most High is looking at it like, okay, I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna use that anger and motivation to get my work done. But I'm still not gonna honor you for it.
Still not gonna get the glory.
I'm not gonna honor. That's why nobody knows about Onias the Fourth. Who knows about Onias the Fourth? You gotta do some real digging to figure out about this story out.
You'll never know he built the temple.
How many people until today? I was today years old when I heard about Onias the Fourth building the temple in Egypt. You hear people say that? I was today years old when I found out that Onias actually built a temple in Egypt. Who knows about it? Nobody really knows about it because the Most High didn't want nobody to know about it. Because he wasn't going to give Onias that glory.
He hid all that zeal.
Even though he did good works, I'm not going to blow you up for that. Because you did it for the wrong reasons. Now, did those wrong reasons spawn good works? And were people positively affected by you doing that? By Onias doing it, he built a temple. People came and got developed. They got healed. People grew. That's a good thing. But you did it in the wrong reason, so I'm not going to give you glory for it.
And the Most High just uses a person's false motivations to bring forth his prophecy, to manifest his prophecy.
And not bless you at the same time. So he says listen, verse 14 again, in Philippians.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 15. Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife, and some also of goodwill.
He says some people do it for the right reasons, and some people teach out of envy. Because I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that teach people because somebody else is out teaching them. I see it every day. People want to study more because somebody taught a class, and you can say it inspired them to dig into the scriptures more. The question is, why were you inspired? Why are you inspired to study today? Why was one teacher inspired to study today when somebody else was studying at a certain level and was getting acknowledged for it? I've seen men, if somebody's talking about one brother's teaching as being good, that makes them want to sit back here and teach more and study more.
It shouldn't change you at all. You should just do the same.
That's my point. Why are you studying more? Because another person brought out a concept that you didn't bring out yet. Then what are you doing? What are you doing it for? Why are you teaching and studying more? And now you want to sit back here and put a bigger, deeper class together.
That's that mannish element of competition.
That what?
That's that mannish element. We're supposed to be spiritual and godlike.
Yep.
Godly.
And you want to study because you want to study and teach the people.
Period.
Not because somebody showed you up and now you got to dig and study more and you got to one up somebody. People do it all the time in Jew world.
They got to be up one.
I got to sit back here and outdo you. I got to outshow out. I got to make a bigger, better class because somebody made a bigger, better class.
And the people benefit, but the spirit behind it, the Lord's not with the spirit.
And the Most High don't bless the people that don't operate with teaching His word unless it's of goodwill and of the purest intention. And that's what we're trying to go into today. Make sure you do your job as a wife, as a brother, as a sister, out of the purest intention, because that's the only way you're going to get the blessing out of it. Now, you might do good works and do goodwill, and it helps people. But if you don't do it out of the right spirit, you won't get the reward out of it. So read verse 15 again.
All I did to show you up.
Yeah.
Oh, God's not
People do what people teach a lot of times out of that spirit. I've seen it too many times. Read verse 15 again.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 15. Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
Some people build temples out of envy and strife. And it worked out. And it fit Isaiah 19. Read on.
And some also of goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
The one preach Christ of contention.
One person preaches Christ in the spirit of contention. In the spirit of being angry that I was glossed over. In the spirit of being, I want to prove to you that I can do it too.
Like an eye to the floor.
Yeah. I remember years ago, this is nothing, when I'm talking about years ago, I'm talking about like 15 to 18 years ago. And this brother came to me and said, man, I want to open my own camp. And I said, bro, you're not ready. You're not ready to open our own camp. There's a lot of things in your spirit that you haven't done yet to open your own thing. You know, when I told him you weren't ready yet, what did he do? He did it anyway. To sit back here and prove that it can be done. And you're not going to sit back here and tell me I can't do it. It like lasted like a couple weeks, bro. Nobody listened to it.
3-week camp.
It was a high holy day camp.
Well, the person
I'm just saying.
the person I'm talking about, he ended up becoming a change in religion.
Egyptian. He became
Yeah,
Egyptian.
yeah.
Well, it wasn't even Egyptian.
A
It was
Moor.
something else. It was a Moor. He became a black Moor, but he wasn't a black guy.
But
How are you being a black Moor and black Moor's a Judite thing, ain't it? That's what I thought.
I'm just saying that.
How do you be Issachar and be a black Moor? Doesn't make sense. That's true. That's a true story. What you gonna say?
No, I'm saying it became like we just gather on high holy days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But before that, before they decided to gather on high holy days, it was like one guy said, "Let's do it and do a 5-day class a week camp." Then another guy said, "No, I don't want to do 5 days. I only want to do 2." Another guy said, "Man, I only want to do 3 days." So then there was a fighting over what standard they're going to set up. And this is what I told him. I said, "Listen, you and these guys want to do it, but who's leading who? Where's the order here?" And then it turned into, it's not going to be 5 days, it's not going to be 3 days, it's not going to be 2 days. This is going to be a Sabbath only. Then it went from Sabbath only to just high holiday gatherings. And then it was like with homeboys coming to visit every once in a while. It just broke down like that. But they did it out of contention. But on that one, they couldn't even keep it together. But people do good works for the wrong. What is it saying? People do good works for the wrong reasons. And that is an aspect the Most High is saying, you're doing this work, you're going to work, but you ain't kept your first love. Because you're not supposed to do anything out of a negative intent, out of contention. Why are you teaching to show somebody else up, to prove that you're good enough? Why do anything for that reason?
People do that for that reason out of insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
Because people are insecure, and to make sure that I don't feel a certain way, I'm going to put myself in a position where I get some shine too.
Yeah.
I get validation also. It's to cover my insecurity.
It's ego and validation.
Yep.
Well, let's read verse 15 again. No, verse 16.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 16. The one preached Christ of contention, not sincerely.
And this is what the Most High wants. He wants you to do it sincerely, but the Most High knows men are carnal. So they do things for ulterior motives. Read on.
Supposing to add affliction to my bonds.
He's like, it's supposing, and this was Paul saying, people were motivated to teach because Paul was teaching. Paul was teaching good works, and they were using the fact that Paul was in prison. Now they want to teach more to prove that Paul was wrong. That the message Paul was dropping was out the spirit.
That's their motivation.
And so now that Paul is down,
Yeah.
and he's on house arrest, now I'm going to teach more.
What happened?
Why didn't you teach more
5 years ago?
5 years ago when I was on the road getting bit by serpents and being shipwrecked? Why weren't you doing it then? But you want to teach now to show that the Spirit's with you too. Because the Most High is trying to teach me something while I'm in prison or I'm in his house arrest. Now you want to sit back. Now you're motivated to teach, to show me up. People do it all the time. They do it all. A lot of people teach and they counsel to prove that they're on point too. Read on.
Verse 17. But the other of love.
He says, but other people teach out of love. Read on.
Knowing that I am set for the defense of the gospel.
And so what are we doing what we do for the Most High out of? Are we doing the good works for our husband, the work, the camp, the body, out of the purest intention? Or is there strife, contention, pride that's being satiated in the midst of me doing good works? Because this is what was happening with Onias the fourth. He did good works, but out of the spirit of contention. To show that he was worthy. To show that he was that man. To show that he was good enough. So you can do good works in the wrong intentions, and the good works still help people. But don't act like the Most High going to give you glory for those evil works or those ill-motivated works.
They weren't like Ron Harper. Ron Harper played for the Bulls.
Ron Harper? That's hilarious.
Bro.
What about Ron Harper?
Ron Harper played for the...
He was a really good player.
He was phenomenal. He played for the Bulls, but he said with his mouth, he said he had a stuttering issue.
Yeah, he did.
And
He literally had a so
he had a
it was bad. It was like Dudder Man. It was like Dudder Man. It was like that boxer in Harlem Nights. It was like, I don't sign autographs. That guy, he was like that. That's how Ron Harper was, for real.
Yeah.
But if you saw Harlem Nights, you know what I'm talking about. Keep going.
So this dude stuttered like crazy. So he said, dude, he played basketball. He said, well, I'm going to take it out on you on the court.
Destroying guys.
And he was just destroying people.
Yep.
Gotcha. He's like, gotcha in your face. He's breaking people off.
Yeah.
And he is destroying people. And Jordan's like, I want that guy on my team.
Yeah.
But he had a chip on his shoulder.
Listen, he would have been greater, but he blew his knee out. He used to play for the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And he hurt his knee, but he played still great, but he lost a little step and it kept him back from being.
But he had a chip on his shoulder because of the stuttering. And
So they stopped talking about his stutter. He said, this dude can hoop. I ain't gonna say nothing about it.
leave him alone. He'll embarrass you in front of everybody.
Yes.
He gonna
dunk on you. What are you gonna say then? You gonna talk about my stuttering problem? I'm embarrassing you.
I just embarrass you for your family with this slam dunk.
Because that's all I got.
I got that.
Yeah.
But you, we can't argue.
And he won't say, well, he just throw the bird on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly.
But we can see in sports, how that's kind of maybe justified a little bit, but it's impure.
Yeah, but you're just playing to embarrass somebody versus I'm playing team ball.
Yeah. You're playing to get. You have a personal angst against someone, and you want to make them feel lower than you by dominating them on the court because you have a chip on your shoulder about your insecurity, which is the stuttering issue.
Yes.
Well, that same premise of thought also flows in Israel too.
Yep.
And people want to do certain things to one-up people because they feel like they were short or slighted.
It's more common than you think.
Yeah.
People doing good works for the wrong reasons. It happens a lot more than you think. So with that knowledge, what are we going to do with that information? What are we going to do with the information about good works for the wrong reasons? Onias IV did good works with helping get the monies to rebuild this temple. And it gave access to Jews all around the world that didn't live in Jerusalem, had access to the temple and similar to, because don't forget, he knew the whole process of how Jerusalem worked. He was a priest. So he sat back and brought that system to Jerusalem, from Jerusalem to Egypt. So now Israelites in Egypt and all around the world can sit back here and get answers, solutions, spiritual clarity. It helped a lot of people. But the Most High still had an ought against Onias IV because of the motivation behind the work. It just lets you know you can do good works and still have to change how you carry yourself at the same time. That's the lesson, and I think it's an important lesson for us to grasp because we do a lot of good works, but a lot of times it's not out of the purest intentions.
I think brothers always go over the scripture while the Lord tries the reins of men.
Yeah, the range is your reasons. What's motivating you? What's making you move left and not right?
What's directing this?
Yes.
What's directing?
What spirit is directing this? What spirit is managing these moves?
Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's a good move, but why did you do it? That helped people, but did you do it out of this goodwill, or you wanted something out of it?
Are you sure it was for free?
That's the point. Are you sure it was for free with no expectation? That's what the Most High continues to look at. And as he's trying to reign, that is what determines whether you get blessed or not. That is another dimension to why you didn't get blessed or why you got blessed. It's not just that you did good works. Did you do good works with the right intention? Because a lot of times you can do good works and still not get blessed. And then get mad behind it. Well, ask yourself, did you do the good thing for the good reason? Or did you do a good thing because by doing good things, you thought something good was going to happen your way?
And the Most High hit you with the gotcha.
Exactly. But see, what we do is we start learning how to win people. We start learning how to win the favor of certain people in leadership positions. And when we know how to win them and say the right thing to them, then you know if you're nice to this person, or you act a certain way, you get something back. And we learn that. We learned that game early on. But he's like, the Most High, like, I'm not playing that game. I want you to do it for the right reason, or I ain't giving you nothing.
He's not budgeting. I tell you this. A great example of this is soldier's test. For some reason, there's always that one guy that he just wants to take the test because he wants to grow.
Yep.
And the other guy that had 10 years to take the test, they didn't
Mhm.
want to do it. All of a sudden, sees this new guy taking the test.
Yeah. Oh man, have
He sees the new guy taking the test, and all of a sudden, the guy that we've been begging, man, can you please take the test? Like, you need to rank up and take more responsibility. Like, we're begging you. Like,
Yep.
you've been around for a long time, huh? That don't matter. When the new guy says, you know what, can I have a soldier's test? Okay, no problem. All of a sudden, that bro's like, I need a soldier's test too.
I'm ready now. I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm going to study. And he starts studying hard. And then Most High, back in the day, I don't know if it's changed now, but whoever had the highest grade on the soldier's test had the rank.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I remember it'd be the guy that has the impure perspective and the guy with the pure perspective. The Most High gave the guy with the pure perspective the higher grade.
Yep. The ranking position.
The ranking position. The guy with the impure perspective would make a stupid mistake. It's something simple. He wouldn't put he wouldn't dot an I, or he wouldn't cross a T, or he wrote, instead of being 2, 3, 4, it'd be 2, 4, 5. It'd be, or he'll misspell an easy word.
Yep.
It'd be something that small. Most High would do that because he won't honor the higher grade because you only did the test at a competition.
Yep.
You only took on the responsibility because you don't get passed up. It really wasn't because you wanted to grow for the pure intentions of growing.
Right. You got a scripture on that too. Luke chapter 9, verse 49. Luke chapter 9, verse 49.
Luke chapter 9 and verse 49. And John answered and said, Master, we saw one casting out devils in thy name, and we forbade him, because he followed not with us.
Go ahead.
And Yahushua said unto him, Forbid him not, for he that is not against us is for us.
So will the Most High still use that person that has an ulterior motive? The Most High will still use that person. You know why? Because those people still need to get them spirits off of them.
Yep.
Those spirits still need to get cleaned up, or they still need to get taught. But let me ask you this: do we read the name of those individuals that was casting out demons?
Nope.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's true.
But did those people still get healed? And that's how the Most High will do us if we got the wrong reason. He'll still use you for his purpose, for his mission. You're just not going to get the glory from it that you may think. You may not get the notoriety that you may think. But you will forward the kingdom. And you will forward the kingdom's business. You just might not get your name in there.
Done. Like I said, so if you want the reward that you're looking for, you better do the right things for the right reasons. Or you'll do it, people will benefit, and you won't get blessed for it.
Yep.
That's a real thing. Very real. You got
One more. Psalms 119 and 10.
Psalms 119 and verse 10. With my whole heart have I sought thee.
What did David say?
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
So how should we serve the Lord? With your whole heart. He said, with my whole heart have I sought thee. Meaning what? Was there anything in it that David was looking for?
Nothing.
Was there something on the back end that he was trying to get? No. That's what made David special. He served the Lord with his whole heart. It was no strings attached. There was no selfish ambition. There was no, I'm trying to be a recipient of something. Or I'm going to say, unless you do this, Lord, unless I see you do this, then I'll serve you even more.
That's unconditional love.
Actually, matter of fact, we got to finish that Philippians that you had.
I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah,
verse 18 is there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He said, with the whole heart, what?
It says, with my whole heart. I'll shoot back to Philippians.
No, I got it. It says, with my whole heart have I sought thee. Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Yeah.
He says, so I'm staying stuck on being obedient and selfless. And that's what it takes to serve the Lord. You got to be completely selfless. And if you can do that, then the Most High can honor what you're doing. Let that go and go back to Philippians.
Okay. So, Philippians chapter 1, verse 18.
Philippians chapter 1 and verse 18. What then? Notwithstanding every way, whether in present
No, pretense. He says, in every way, whether in pretense. Pretense means a pretext. Pretense means a pretext, alleged reason, pretended cause. But to go more specific with pretext, we go to 1828. Pretext means pretense, false appearance, ostensible reason or motive assigned or assumed as a cover for the real reason or motive. And it says, he gave plausible reasons for his conduct, but these were only a pretext to conceal his real motives. So he says, whether a person does the work of the Most High, counsels, is a super sister or a super brother or a hell of a teacher, under the pretense or the cover that I really love the Most High, but really I'm trying to get back at somebody.
Right.
This is what the Most High is. He can see the pretense in all of us. What are you doing this for? Onias, yes, you did a great job. You built this temple, but that was a cover for you really getting back at the priest who scorned you. But he says whether you do it for the wrong reason or you do good works with the pretense of getting something out the deal. Read on.
Whether in pretense or in truth.
Because when it says in truth, all that means is my intentions are honest and there was no backdoor reason behind it. That's what truth means. Is your motivation, your reasons, and your works, are they all connected? Is it all the same? So whether your intentions are pure or they're not, and doing this good work as a cover to get something out the deal. Read on.
Christ is preached.
And this is what Paul understands. It doesn't matter, at least on a terrestrial level, why you do it. You know, if you sit back and see men online and they're sitting back here and they're super teachers now, but you can see in our community, you see the motivations aren't always pure. You see the motivations in teaching and counseling ain't always pure, and you see it because you know the people. But Paul is saying whether you know their pretense or their cover is false or not, all that matters is that the people get developed. There's a lot of Israelites that teach for ego, teach for likes, teach for recognition or to get validation. Whether they do it or not, the message gets brought out. And whether the Most High wants to honor them or not, it's on him. We know that if you're teaching with the pretense of that's not pure, you won't get blessed. So it doesn't matter. Read on. This is why, and you know this is true, because even Christ talks about when men sit back here and pray in synagogues all loud, and they sit back and do things to get attention in front of people, they've already gotten their blessing.
You got your reward.
You already got your reward. But
So that means you're not getting your real reward.
you're not getting what you intended. You're not getting what you intended out of it, because he knows your intention. The people who do things for the right reasons get the blessing that they were looking for.
Now the gospel's still gonna get spread.
But the people are going to they're going to learn, and whoever saw you sit back here and pray in public might have been inspired to sit back and do better works.
Yeah.
But that don't mean you getting what you want.
Yeah.
But the message gets delivered. That's why all these Israelites that teach, let them teach, man. Because whatever they're teaching and whatever rate and clip or motivation they're getting, eventually people who are taught have to make a decision if they're going to serve the Most High or not. And we're all going to take the information we've learned from other teachers and get purged in the wilderness anyway. So the Most High and Christ are going to be the ones that have their hand in how we get developed one way or the other. So there's no reason for us to get butthurt on what people are being told this or what spirit people are doing it in. This is as long as good works are being taught. That's why Christ said, do as the Pharisees say.
Not as they do.
Because, you know, they were saying a good message. So follow the message.
But their intentions weren't there.
And that's why the Most High wasn't going to give them glory. And that's the point. Continue. Read verse 18 again.
Verse 18. What then? Notwithstanding every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached. And I therein do rejoice. Yeah, and will rejoice.
I'm going to rejoice that the message is being caught. And I'm not going to get caught up into why you're doing it. If you want to teach to show me up, then do it. you want to teach to try to show people in your own way
More
that
spirit.
you're on point too, and that you got great wisdom, then teach the word, man.
Teach on.
Teach on, let the Most High sort them all out. This is what Paul is explaining. Because at this time, he had been brought low, and he knows everybody wants to teach. Now that vacuum happens, now that I'm down, now everybody wants to be a Bible guy. Then teach. You're going to be on the hook for everything you say. So once again, that verse and this concept just shows and proves that a lot of Israelites and a lot of people do good works for the wrong reasons, and we have to make sure we do good works for the right reasons. And this Onias story ties in Isaiah 19 as the fulfillment of a prophecy, which is a good work, but also explaining at the same time that even though Onias did good works, his motivations were not sober. His disposition or his motivations or his reason for doing it wasn't out of the most purest intention. And that's what we're trying to extract from this story, from this lesson.
It's a great lesson.
It's a great lesson because, I mean, it ties in all of these other verses that bring the same point. Do it for the right reason, not for what you want out the deal. And then you'll get your blessing.
And the way, again, we're in Philippians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we go Philippians chapter 2, verse 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. Philippians chapter 2 and verse 12. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed,
He says, wherefore, my beloved, if ye have always obeyed. Read on.
not as in my presence only,
Go ahead.
but now much more in my absence.
You know the best way to know if somebody's intention is pure?
Yep.
Wow.
See what they do when nobody's looking.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that's how you measure somebody's intention.
They're gonna take off that white polar bear suit out and be in that black polar bear suit out.
Yeah.
And be the negative one out. That's what you're gonna do when nobody's looking at you.
Yeah, it's what you do when there's nobody watching. That's how the Most High knows your intention.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not what you do in front of people, it's what you do when there's nobody around you. That's how the Most High know if you're sincere or not.
Yep.
Read on.
Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling,
Read on.
for it is the Most High which worketh in you both.
It says it is the Most High that's working in you, both to what?
to will.
It says we're supposed to be doing the will of the Most High and be submissive to His Spirit, not our own reasons and intentions. Read on.
And to do of His good pleasure.
Not of our own good pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about our pleasure. It's about His pleasure. It's not about our will. It's about His will.
What I get out of it on an ego basis.
Yes.
Or not.
But you know what the Most High knows? Read on.
Do all things without murmurings and disputing.
So when people start murmuring and people start disputing, why are they murmuring and disputing? Why are they complaining?
Because I want something not to deal.
Bingo.
And I have a little bit of libertine in me.
I got some libertine in me.
I want to sit back and pursue what I want. There's something that I want still. And that's the spirit of that libertine. It's the spirit of that Nabatean. What was it? It was Nicolaitan. It was Nicolaitan.
It's
that spirit of freedom that we all want.
secret agenda.
Masked under following the law.
And
This is why our camp always talks about there's nothing wrong with the law. But your intentions aren't discovered under the law. Your true motivations can be hidden even though you're following the law. And this is what Christ kept explaining in his message. This is why Paul kept talking about the righteousness of the law wasn't righteousness. That's why he kept saying it. Because people want to make their righteousness based upon just following these laws when you can't determine righteousness. Law intent can't be measured through the law. Intent can't be measured through the law. The law just gives you the basic framework, and the law of the Spirit measures intent. And that's why Paul kept teaching about faith, love, humility, because those things are pull out what your real intentions are.
Right. And it's right here in Philippians 15. He said, do all things without what?
Murmuring and disputing.
It says, so we know that people start murmuring and disputing when they're not getting what they want, but they're supposed to be doing for free anyway.
Yep.
And this ties right into, we don't have to go there, but this ties right into James when he says, from whence cometh wars and fightings among you.
Mm-hmm.
It says, come they not hence, even from your lust that war in your members?
Yep.
Where does the struggle come from to be in the truth? Where does the struggle come from to do this work?
Not the fact that I don't want to follow the law.
Yeah.
It's the fact that once the law is in place, then you can start seeing that dirty intention. Once you start following the law, then there's another layer we have to pull through.
It's the
your
hidden,
intention
it's the,
behind following
it's
the law.
the hidden agenda that's unseen.
Behind doing these good works. Now you can start seeing what a person's really about. Once you know how to know, once you know the law, now the battle starts.
Yeah.
Now we deal in your motivation for what is it about you being an elder brother or sister? Is it about your power? Is it about power? Or is it about service? You'll know when you have to serve the sick. Are you really about service or are you about position and ego?
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah.
1 Peter 3 and 4. 1 Peter 3 and 4.
First Peter chapter 3 and verse 4. But let it be the hidden man of the heart,
Read.
in that which is not corruptible.
He's trying to make sure the hidden man, the true intention of man, is not corrupt. Let it be that. Let it be the true intention of man. And let your intention match your works.
And that's truth.
Your intention must match your works. You can't have an opposite intention and your works don't match. That's confusion. To the Most High. And one more scripture. 1 Corinthians 4 and 5.
1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 5.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, judge nothing before the time, until the Lord come.
Because the Most High is the one, the Lord judges our works and our offerings. Read.
Who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness, and will make manifest the counsels of the heart.
He'll make manifest the counsels of the heart.
What verse that again?
1 Corinthians 4 and 5. All he does is manifest if you did it right. If you did do it. But why did you do it?
Yep.
You did do it. But what was the spirit behind it? You did do it. What was your agenda? You did do it. You gave the work. But how did you feel about it when you were doing it?
Yep.
He's going to manifest the what? Counsel of the heart.
Well, how has he manifested? Whether you get blessed or not for the moves you make. That's how you get. That's how it manifests. Does it work out? Does the plans work the way you wanted it? Or is there chaos and problems behind it? It's still based on your motives.
When your expectations not met.
Then all of a sudden you flip out. So this is how you learn. This is how the Most High teaches us. And this is why this story about Onias the Fourth is such a great lesson for us to learn. And Scripture talks about Onias is a deep well. Who's going to draw it out? Who's going to sit back here and really pull this out to extract the real lesson that you need for your life? These are things, if you're not going to do it for the right reason, don't do it at all. That's how you really should think. But the Most High uses us and those bad intentions to still get his work done regardless.
Yep.
So let's go back to Wars of the Jews, book 7, chapter 10, paragraph 3. So all this good work, Onias the Fourth, the temple in Jerusalem, but his disposition was not pure, was not sober, was not clear. There was additional intentions behind it. So let's continue in that.
Wars of the Jews, book 7, chapter 10, paragraph 3, line 431.
Yeah.
Yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition, but he had a mind to contend with the Jews at Jerusalem, and could not forget the indignation he had for being banished thence.
He couldn't let go of his bitterness. He couldn't let the bitterness of being let down. He couldn't let it go. He couldn't accept that he had to be banished to do better work. How about the banishment had to happen? The loss had to happen. And then you got to ask yourself, how about your loss had to happen? How about your suffering had to happen to put you in another position to do better works for the Most High? But can you sit back here and be humble enough to process the loss that you go through? Because all Onias couldn't do was accept that the loss and the shame he felt had to happen so the Most High can put him in a position to do greater works for the Most High. So because he couldn't accept that the losses he went through were supposed to be for a better purpose, now all the good works he did were nullified in the Most High's eyes. Good for the people, but he didn't get the glory for it. So if you're going to suffer, and if you're going to endure loss for the Most High's sake, you better sit back here and process it the right way so you can gain the glory for enduring the suffering. So, because if you don't endure and see it the right way, that means you go through the suffering and then you don't even get the glory for staying in and weathering through to the end. Does that make sense what I just said? You have to have the right pure disposition towards what you lost. So when it comes back around, you can do greater works and get blessed on the back end for the lesson. Because if you don't process it the right way, you'll do the good works and not get rewarded for what the Most High intended for you to suffer to get rewarded.
Exactly.
That should bring about peace of mind for everything we've lost in Christ's name. Everything we've taken steps back for in our work. The intention was to lose it so you can come back and do better works and still have a greater impact for the Most High's people if you process it the right way. If you don't process the right way, the Most High's will is going to be done regardless. You just won't get blessed for the works He's going to use you to do. Because I've seen people just go through the motions of serving the Most High, still do good works, but the Most High not honor those good works. You get honored when you accept the process and can see the good in what you're going through. That's how you get honored. So, read that part again. He says, yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition. I'm repeating it because this needs to be drilled in our minds. Read that part again.
Line 431. Yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition, but he had in mind to contend with the Jews at Jerusalem, and could not forget the indignation he had for being banished thence.
He couldn't accept the loss and the shame and the embarrassment that sometimes comes with serving the Most High and doing the right thing. Why did he get banished? Onias IV got banished based off a political move. And the powers that be wanted Onias, didn't want a righteous authority at the temple. The powers that be wanted a corrupted Greek influence to run Jerusalem. He just couldn't accept that the nation and the region, the Most High wasn't ready to have a spiritual influence in that region. He took it personal. He took the loss personal. How many times do we take what we go through personally? How many times do we take the losses that we go through personally, whether in the truth or before the truth? We take our sufferings and our bad decisions and the bad experience we go through personal, but then expect the Most High to bless us, even though we take what we went through personally. It's not going to happen. We have to learn that what we suffered had to happen because the Most High didn't want. He didn't want you to be defended that day. How about Onias didn't feel defended? You don't think Onias, like, what was the benefit of me standing up all these hours learning how to be a priest, doing the right thing, when they sat back and put a wicked person in front of me? I wasn't defended.
Yep.
What's the benefit of doing righteousness if I wasn't defended? You were supposed to not get defended. And then Alchemist was supposed to lead the nation for only a few years and die. Why couldn't you just wait? Why couldn't you accept that it wasn't your time yet? Why come you couldn't accept that the sun shines on the wicked and the righteous equally? The wicked and the just, yes. How come we can't accept that sometimes the wicked should have a time to flourish for a bit? And you got to wait till their time happens. Just like David. Saul was wicked and he still had a time to flourish.
Well, Most High showing them mercy.
That's the point. But why are you going to get bitter and have indignation because you weren't put in the place that you thought at the time you were supposed to get it? And if you can't accept that sometimes you're going to sit back and have to take the you-know-what some side of the stick.
Stick, yeah.
There's something in the stick. And you got to wear that for a period of time. And in your time to rise, you'll get it when the Most High feels like giving it to you.
That's like Kanye West taking the Grammy from Taylor Swift, said it was stolen. It was Beyonce's.
Crazy.
Swift in it.
Yeah.
You don't deserve this award. It shouldn't go to you.
Well, how about that Swift chick keeps winning?
She keep winning.
She keeps winning.
Yeah.
How about maybe she was supposed to get it? How come Beyonce makes bad music now? There, I said it. The music ain't good no more. Trying to be a cowgirl, trying to be a cowboy. Nah, nobody wants to hear that whack cowboy album. That was not a good album. How about she needs to stay in her lane? That was the only reason she has a chance of competing against these Swifties. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. What's the point? The point is we have an obligation to endure being let down and not be angry about it and not let our sufferings make us bitter. Because when we become bitter, we start doing good works in the spirit of bitterness. And if you're doing good works in the spirit of bitterness, you're still not going to get honor.
Nope.
You still won't get blessed. You have to do good works in the spirit of goodwill. And you can't do good works in the spirit of goodwill unless you let go of the bitterness. And you know what letting go of the bitterness means? Yes, you were wronged. Yes, that person was wrong for doing that to you. And you were supposed to be wronged. You were supposed to be wronged. They were supposed to do the wrong. The Most High punishes them for doing the wrong. And you were supposed to not be bitter that you were wronged. We can't get past that. Like you're so proper, you're so spiritual, you're not supposed to lose nothing. You're not supposed to be wronged. Who the hell do you think you are? You are absolved from suffering. Why are you more special than Joseph? What did Joseph do to have all his brothers turn on him?
Nothing.
And sell him in slavery?
Told the truth.
Why did he get punished for that? And if you can accept, we can be all holy and say, yeah, man, it was will of the Most High for Joseph to get put in slavery. Then why was it in the middle of the Most High for you to sit back here and suffer the conditions you went through? You're just so damn awesome. You ain't supposed to lose. You ain't supposed to have to wait for something. You ain't supposed to get what you ain't supposed to sit back here and lose nothing. Why are you more spiritual than our forefathers? Are you justified to be bitter? No, that's why Moses says, be angry and what?
Sit down.
You can be let down, but you ain't supposed to act on that. You ain't supposed to hold on and retain that anger. He says you're supposed to be angry and sin not. But he also said, don't let the sun go down upon your what?
Right.
You're only supposed to be angry for what? A day. You're supposed to be angry for a day. We be angry for years. We hold grudges for years. Am I right or wrong?
Come.
There was a verse that said, I can't remember it in totality, but talking about we had an abnormal, I read it, but I forgot it. But in context, it said we had an abnormal, we were angry for an abnormal period of time. I forgot where I read it in. It was in the Josephus book. What was that? It might have been inordinate, but it was talking about how long we held this was wrong. It was long and it was off. It's how long we hold on to our anger is wrong. That inordinance has to be killed in us. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get let down. And you can't let that define you. Because all your works after that, while holding on to those resentments, are going to be what defines you down the line. Listen, we hit jackpot now, yeah.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah, we got one now. We got a whoosh.
We had a 3.
We hit a 3. Somebody didn't like that information. Huh?
We had a 3 with a 5.
And 1, right? That's 4. We'll get 4 on that one. Listen, people don't like the reality that you got to suffer and maintain a good outlook. You're supposed to lose and understand that you were meant to lose. And after you lose and suffer, you were supposed to have a pure perspective out of it. Because if you don't, you won't get glory for the works you do after that if your motivation is still based on anger and bitterness.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah.
1 Corinthians 10:13.
What was it?
1 Corinthians 10:13. I think it's a lack of understanding. Because
They got to listen. They got to read again.
well, that's why I was trying to make it. I'm gonna say it maybe a different way.
Okay. 10 and what?
10 and 13 of 1 Corinthians. Maybe this person has this It's misunderstandings.
Or maybe they meant to put a thumbs up and put a thumbs down.
It's a possibility. Turn that frown.
In a smile.
upside down.
Yeah, upside. That's a better one.
Let's get it real quick, bro.
Okay. 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
There had no temptation taking you, but such as is common to man.
Listen, all men in this life, after Adam made his mistake, all men must go through some period of suffering.
Adversity.
So, if you have this religious fairy tale
So
mindset,
before you go any further,
yeah,
everybody has to go through their curses.
yeah,
That's first. All of us have to go through our curses. And what comes from curses? What's the byproduct of the curses?
trauma.
Trauma. So everybody is born into this life and have to face the curses. And the residual of the curses is trauma. Now the question is, once you experience the trauma that affects you, can you sit back here and not let that trauma define you? And then once you find a way, if you find a way, to not let that trauma affect how you think moving down the way, then you're going to face adversity in the truth. And after you face adversity in the truth, are you going to maintain a sober disposition and can see the good in things despite what you've lost? If you can do both of those things, which means you got to go through the curses, experience trauma, and then learn a sober or pure disposition, getting out of the world and overcoming your trauma. And then once you develop that sober disposition from leaving the world, then you're going to be in the truth and you're going to experience suffering. And then you can't let the sufferings you go through in this world make you bitter once you're in the work. You have to rebuild and reestablish a sober disposition then. And if you can do that on both ends, coming from the world, dealing with your trauma, and going through adversities here, then your works will be rewarded. I just want to bring that out, just explaining that.
You said it perfectly.
So for people, if they're not buying what we're saying,
Yeah.
let's explain it a little better.
Yeah.
For the people.
Yeah. Read it again.
Says, there had no temptation taking you, but such as is common to man.
The temptation to be bitter is a temptation, bro. Because remember, the goal is to keep our beginning classes about what? Integrity.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a temptation in your life to get you to change from your spiritual, positive, original, pure state. Anything or any situation that's trying to get you or to conform or to come out of that state, that or to leave your first love or to leave your purest of heart or your purest nature, that's a temptation.
Yeah.
It's tempting you to tap into bitterness. It's tempting you to tap into hate. It's tempting you to tap into regret. It's tempting you to tap into emulation and competition.
And all I'm saying is this. That Josephus explained that because Onias IV was angry at how he was treated by his brothers, his outlook wasn't pure. When we read about all the great men that walked this earth, the second their outlook became impure was when they got replaced. Remember when Elijah, was it Elijah? Yeah, it was Elijah. When Elijah sat back here and his outlook was impure about the nation of Israel he was teaching, and he lost perspective and he was bitter that nobody in the world wanted the truth or deserved the truth, what did the Most High tell Elijah he had to do? Okay, Elijah, because you're not listening to the message that I'm trying to tell you, because you can't get past how you've been offended, now it's time for you to pick your replacement.
Yep.
Elisha.
Nope.
That was the next job.
Or
the next job was, because you can't see the good in your work and you're bitter about how the people treated you, you're bitter about the deal that the deal the Most High gave you, and you're bitter about what you've had to lose for me, now it's time to pick your replacement. That's the truth. That's literally 1 Kings.
and it also happened to Moses.
Yep.
Where Moses struck the rock.
It was angry at the job that he was called to do.
When he lost his original estate of the meekest man on the earth. When he started to slightly variate or change Because the rest is put under.
Because of the second generation of Jews didn't figure out what the first generation of Jews didn't figure out. So he was doing it. Moses was going into a second generation of teaching.
Yeah.
And he just didn't have it in him to be patient like he did for the first generation.
Yeah.
Because he lost that patience for the second generation. Moses said he's not the man for the job.
And he said, Joshua, you're next. So it's not just, we're just pulling one time out the Bible and one little extract and expanding this one extract. This is a pattern in the book. Got one more scripture. Ecclesiasticus 40:1. Ecclesiasticus 40:1. This is the same thing right here also. I just don't think we accept, because we have this American dream mindset. Either you have the idea that
Yeah, libertine mindset.
you have a libertine mentality, an American dream mentality,
That would hurt.
or a Christian, what was it, a Western Christian?
Well, it's that. What do you call that? What's the word?
It's a C word.
It's a prosperity. It's prosperity.
Charismatic.
Charismatic Christians. Yeah,
Yeah, but-
charismatic or prosperity teaching.
Yeah, you have a charismatic doctrine mentality that makes one believe that everything should be all candy and
And
no
you're
vegetables.
not supposed to lose nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No peas in the plate.
No peas, all candy.
Just meat and starch.
Can I go to Candyland?
Yes.
We want that spirit. We're grown people here.
Sugar and carbs.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes 40:1.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4.
Calling the
verse
sugar's
1.
the devil when after you get 20 something.
Yeah.
It's over. Right? But keep going.
Ecclesiastes chapter 40 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Great travail.
Great, not just travail. Great travail.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Is created.
Is what?
Created.
It's created by God.
Yeah.
God gives man travail. Not just travail, he gives him great
But
travail.
why? Because he's trying your reins.
There you go.
Great travail has to happen to see why you're doing. What are you doing this good works
But
for?
who's it created for? Just Moses?
Nope.
Just
And
Elijah?
travail is labor and pain. Great labor and pain everyone on earth has to go through.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Read.
Is created for every man.
It's for every man. So why would I be upset when the Most High ordained this for every man? Read.
And woman.
And woman. Read.
And an heavy yoke is upon the sons of Adam.
And if you come from Adam, there's a yoke upon you where you have to suffer and endure something else.
Mm-hmm.
If you come from Adam, if you go in your DNA code and there's a little Adam in there, you owe.
It's got to be Adam, man. What else is it? It's some Dr. York, Yakub. It ain't Yakub.
You come from the fallen angels.
It ain't Yakub, man. It ain't Nephilim and it ain't Yakub.
This brother came from the fallen angels, so he don't got to go through nothing. Come on, huh?
Is he the Nephilim or
No,
Yakub?
that's brother Mamdar.
The big head scientist.
There's no,
Still Adam.
you can skip.
You can be Mamzar. You want you still Adam, man.
Listen,
You're from
listen,
Adam.
the only way you can get around this is if you don't come from Adam.
And how about Mamzar? Just for all these smart guys online, all Mamzar. The word Mamzar came from the Khazars taking on the Hebrew heritage. They were Mamzars, not Issachar, y'all. Mamzars were created during the Khazarian Empire when they changed from the 8th century AD to being Hebrews. They were called Mamzars because they were imposters. That's all Mamzar was, because it's not in the Bible. That was created during the time of the Khazarian Empire when they chose being a Jew to be their state religion. And everybody knew, oh, those were the converts. Those are Mamzars. They're not real Jews. That's it.
There we
Yeah,
go.
scripture too.
There's another guy. This is the same guy. Online One Money.
Yeah, every weekend he loses his kids.
Every weekend,
Guy's
this
a bad
kid.
dad.
Every weekend, this guy is running out of gas, and his daughter's.
Oh, Sonny, I don't have my gas.
All we're saying is there's a guy online that's asking for money. Don't donate.
Yeah. He said, hey, sow a seed for my. There you go. Same every time.
Every week.
It's always his daughter.
Yeah.
It's always his daughter.
It's always his daughter.
What is up with this bad
This
dad?
guy is a bad dad.
You're a
Every
bad
Sabbath
dad. I'm gonna call CP on you, man.
You get no gifts to Father.
Hey, he ain't getting nothing. You lose the kids on schedule.
Every week, every Sabbath.
week.
Why are you driving in the car on Sabbath for to be a super Jew? How about that one?
Doing that. Hey, you had a scripture something?
Yeah, keep going.
Ecclesiastes 37. Read verse 19.
I lost my kids again. Where my feet? My kids.
Ecclesiastes
My
chapter
kids.
37 and verse 19.
Horrible.
There is one that is wise and teacheth many.
The Most High will use you if you're bitter. If you're bitter, but you do this work in the wrong spirit, The Most High said, yeah, it doesn't take away from what you know. Just because you're angry, that don't mean you don't know scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
You can know scriptures and still be able to help people and counsel, but you can still also be in the wrong spirit. He said, there is one that's what?
There is one that is wise and teacheth many,
Read.
and yet is unprofitable to himself.
But the Most High knows that the spirit that you're doing it in, you're not going to benefit from it, because the spirit is off. The spirit that you're in is no good. So the offering is not acceptable in the eyes of the Most High. Other people will reap the benefits of your words, of your counsel, of your advice, but you won't reap the benefits of it because you're not in the right spirit. Read on.
There is one that showeth wisdom in words.
There is one that has showed wisdom in words, but is his spirit right? Read on.
And is hated.
And why is he hated? Why would the Most High let a person be a good,
Give good advice,
good satellite, and give good information and good counsel, but but it's not love though?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Read.
He shall be destitute of all food.
Read on.
For grace is not given him from the Lord.
Why would the Most High give this person grace?
Ooh.
Scary.
You know what grace is? One definition of grace is kindness.
Mm-hmm.
Why would the Most High not give a person kindness? Because I can have this word, I could be teaching, but I'm not what? But I'm angry, and I'm bitter, and I'm hateful, and I'm doing it out of that contentious spirit. So the Most High said, okay, you still gonna give good advice, you're still gonna be delivering some good messages, but the spirit that you're in is wrong, and I'm going to match you with the same spirit. So because you can't give kindness as you're delivering this word, people will still benefit, but you're not going to get kindness either when you need it.
Scary.
Listen, and this is why we're taking our time to slow it down and explaining how Onias IV had this anger and bitterness in his heart because how he was treated, but he didn't look at things spiritual. He had to accept that he wasn't going to get that glory in Jerusalem. He was going to be shunned in Jerusalem so he can do greater works in Egypt. And sometimes we have to accept the pill that we have to swallow and still see the good in where the Most High has me, even though that wasn't what my expectations were, that wasn't what I planned, that wasn't my design. And can we live with that? Can we live with the fact that, you might not have the marriage that you expected, you might not have the union you wanted. You might not have the rib you want. But can you be okay with what you were given and not be bitter behind the pill the Most High chose for you? Because why is he still angry? Because he really wanted to be the head in Jerusalem. It wasn't no deeper than that. If he would have got a phone call or a telegram or hey man,
A pigeon kite
like this. Let the bird go. He's like, listen, Onias, you are formally invited by Jonathan to come back here and head the temple in Jerusalem.
The HNIC.
He would have been happy. All the anger would have left him.
Yep.
Because he got what he wanted. But a lot of times, the truth is, a lot of times you're going to be let down and nobody's going to say Salakia. Sometimes people are going to sit back here and not have their purest intentions towards you. And you're not going to be, you're not getting that apology. You're not getting the Salakia. You're not going to get, man, I was wrong. Whether it's out of pride or stubbornness. And you got to live with that. And understand that this was the will of the Most High. And can I sit back here and still remind myself that the Most High has given me mercy and grace? It always goes back to that. Despite what I've endured, did he sit back here and did I get mercy? Have I gotten mercy in my life?
Have I received it?
What that mean is this: I've gotten something. I deserve punishment of a greater level, and he didn't give me a greater punishment for what I've done. And he's given me exactly what I deserve. Can I always stay in that space? That allows me to eliminate the bitterness I've gone through. He's still giving you grace, and he's still giving you mercy. And if you can remind yourself how much mercy and grace he's given you, you can kill that spirit of bitterness and anger about what you've gone through. Because as much as you can complain about what you've gone through, how about why don't you meditate on, for all the wickedness you've done, you should have gotten stung greater. You can ruminate on, man, I deserve this. I should have had this and I should have had that. Well, maybe for the wickedness you've done, you deserve death. But you weren't given it. Why don't we think about that? Because that can neutralize that bitterness of why I went through what I went through. And how about all the good that you've gotten? Maybe you didn't deserve all that good. Maybe for your conduct and your negative and your flim-flammy outlook, you deserve worse than what you've gotten. Have we learned to think that way? Because if we do, the Most High will bless us and we can let go of the bitterness of our lives. And let go of that anger. Because if Onias the fourth just would have said, man, you know what? I know I wanted what I wanted, but the Most High still gave me an opportunity to touch and heal a lot of people. Isn't that what a priest's job is? To teach his people and to lead his people? So he still gave Onias the fourth that. Why are you angry? Because you wanted the big, you wanted the big job. You want to be in the big house. That's why you're angry. It just means his intentions ain't pure. Because if a priest is supposed to dedicate his life to the people, regardless of where you're at. So because you're not in New York and you're in Texas, you're mad? You don't got the Cali job, you got the job in Florida. What's the difference? You're teaching your people.
Because winning a trophy in the Canadian Football League is not like winning the Super Bowl.
Well, maybe you didn't have pro football athleticism.
Yeah.
How about that? And because you didn't, maybe you still did good in the position that you're in. Be happy with the slot the Most High put you in.
People want the major trophies, but the Most High may have not selected you to have that major
That's my point. And be happy with what the Most High gave you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It still goes back to that. Was that?
Can I make my reality palatable?
But you're not making you're accepting your reality. Can you do the best you can and be okay with what the Most High gives you?
Can you value the reality the Lord has blessed you?
Based off what you have brought to the table, based off your mistakes, based off your capabilities, and based off his mercy.
What he wants for you?
Can you be happy with what he's giving you and stop tripping? And if you can tap into that, then the rest of the work you do for the Most High will be received and honored and blessed.
Maybe you get some raisins in your oatmeal.
Yeah.
Maybe you get some strawberries in your oatmeal.
You might want cranberries, but you're not getting them.
Not getting cranberries.
Raisins, well, I'm not a big fan of raisins, but raisins are good for
If
you.
they're there.
You might get some wheat germ in there, some honey. You need folic acid. Be happy. Anyway, let's continue. Let's read that part again. I'm not going to repeat it. Yet did not Onias.
Yet did not Onias do this out of a sober disposition.
So he didn't do all that good work for the Most High out of pure intentions. Read on.
But he had a mind to contend with the Jews at Jerusalem, and could not forget the indignation he had for being banished then.
A lot of times because we get mad that people don't buy us or believe in us or see us in a good light, so we got to do all this to prove to people that we're validated. That's not what you're supposed to do.
Or we just say, well, I just won't do nothing at all.
I won't do nothing, or I'm going to be a super try-hard to prove you wrong. Both intentions are wrong. Read on.
Accordingly, he thought that by building this temple, he should draw away a great number from them to himself.
And see that? He wanted this. It wasn't just about teaching. I want to build a temple and get all and purge all the fakers. We're going to bring all the good men over here to stun on them.
There's more. He had some more. He had something else. He had some negative in him, man.
That's negative, man. That's real negative.
It was about
I want to take away people from the temple over here to come to me.
It was about numbers.
Yeah.
Numbers and optics.
And likes and views, huh?
It was like some
Numbers,
ancient,
likes.
ancient likes.
Ancient likes.
Ancient likes and ancient viewership, huh?
That's
He said, yeah, they're more holy over here than over there in the
Yeah.
temple, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over there to Egypt, man. I ain't going over there with the Jews no more for the Passover. I'm going over there to Egypt for the Passover, man.
Yeah. They got a better temple over
Yeah,
there.
they holier. They more spiritual, man. They more by honor over here, man.
They do it right.
They do it right, man. There's a lot. I see what's going on over there in Jerusalem, man. It ain't holy, man.
Not
It ain't
like
about the
Onias.
spirit, man. Not like Onias. Onias is more holy than they
Now you
is,
got your
man.
beat. You got your beat, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. But you see the intention behind people, like
That's crazy.
You know, it does show you though that Onias did care about quality.
Yeah.
It did show you the way he built the temple. He cared about quality.
But how about quality and the desire for quality? There's pride there too.
Yep.
There's a pride there behind doing it the right way. My point is, can you be the best you can be and be okay with whoever comes to you? Well, why do you want to take people from there?
That's not mine.
Because that brings about dissension. If that's your camp, then let your camp be over there. And let the people there learn from there. But I'm not going to try to compete with them. Now it's about my ego.
Listen, you got something against that dude over there. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's the point.
You gotta be
and you want to see him fall.
Yeah,
You want them to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
You want them to be embarrassed and feel what you feel. That embarrassment that I had when I left, when you told me I wasn't good enough.
It's wrong when Shook does it. When Shook says, come to death row, we get mad about it. But when
by dancing and running around and shaking and jiving.
When he did that, he was projecting.
Huh?
He was projecting dissension. He was projecting dissension, and he was being very abrasive.
Yep.
But you can do the same thing with the scriptures.
Yep. So are you going to sit back here and make your school about excellency because you just want to be the best you can be, or you want to take people from them? But Most High sits back and attacks us at the root of
because
ourselves.
he's not fulfilled within himself. Is why that gap is there.
Because he knows he got a weaker temple. It's cheaper. It's poorer. It's smaller. He knows it.
He ain't even got the whole candlestick.
He got one candlestick. He's mad that he ain't got all the ornaments that they got in Jerusalem.
So I got one up you to make me feel not so bad.
Why are we taking our time to explain this? We're doing it because this is what's inside of us every day of the week. We're constantly in competition with one another. We're constantly trying to one up one another.
And the Lord's not with that.
So we can feel better about ourselves.
And it causes strife.
Yes.
And it causes strife and contention.
And debate.
Which shows of immaturity.
And this is why we're taking our time to explain this. Continue, sir.
There had been also a certain ancient prediction made by a prophet whose name was Isaiah about 600 years before, that this temple should be built by a man that was a Jew in Egypt. And this is the history of the building of that temple.
So it was prophetic. Onias did it for spiritual reasons and carnal reasons. The spirit of competition and contention was there too. And just like Paul said, people do the work of the Most High out of contention, strife, and of goodwill. And whether it might service the people all the same, the Most High judges that individual based on the pureness of their intention.
You know, you look at was it King Amaziah
Okay.
that had the leprosy in the forehead?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know, the Most High. But when you read before he got hit with the leprosy for trying to go do sacrifices and put on the priest's garment.
Yep.
Before the Most High struck him with the leprosy in the forehead, you read about the victories that he was able to have due to his ingenuity. He was very industrious.
Blew his ego up.
And he was industrious. He was able to build different mechanical weapons,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
and he was able to defend Israel.
Machine engines.
But he had machine engines. But when you look at his pride, the Most High used him. He was a man of ingenuity. The Most High used him to stabilize the kingdom. But then the Most High took him out in the end. And then he wasn't even buried with the kings.
Mm.
He was buried outside. He didn't even get a king's burial. And he wasn't buried in the cemetery of his forefathers. They had to put him in a private cemetery, being buried by himself with other lepers. So it shows you how the Most High will still use you, but you can still detract from
your value,
your value and your blessings, your particular blessings that you have, based on what you don't change within yourself, based on what you don't remove in yourself. You don't remove your pride, you don't remove your ego. It comes back and bites you in the butt. It comes back and stings you on the back end. But people do get taught.
No doubt.
People do worship the Lord. There is a temple built. It's a great lesson.
It is.
Can I pull one scripture?
Okay.
Galatians 5 and 19 and 20.
Galatians chapter 5 and verse 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest.
These are works of the flesh. These are, I'm in leadership, but I'm in my flesh. Leadership. Yeah. Read.
Which are these: adultery,
We get that. Read. We
fornication,
get that. Read.
uncleanness,
We get that.
lasciviousness,
Okay, we get that.
idolatry,
Yup.
witchcraft,
Yep.
hatred,
This is where it starts getting more realistic.
Yep.
More common. Hatred. And what else?
variance,
What is variance? Variance. It says the fact or state of being in disagreement, dissension or dispute. It's nourishing the spirit of dissension and that spirit of dispute. I want to take your students.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take your congregation out.
It's crazy, bro.
That if that's not variance, I don't know what it is. That's variance. And with variance, what comes after that spirit?
emulation,
Emulation. That copycat spirit. I gotta keep trying to one up you. And I could do it better. I could do what you could do. I could do what you could do better. That emulative spirit. Read.
wrath,
That intense, slow burning, smoldering anger that's just hidden, but it's there for long periods of time. What else?
strife,
And what else?
sedition,
Strife and seditions, bro. These are all negative spirits. They are associated with not checking this unpure intention in points of leadership. It says strife emphasizes a struggle for superiority rather than incongruently I don't like that. But it says emphasizes a struggle for superiority. These are all elements of competitive people. Variance, hatred, emulation, wrath, strife. Those are 4 to 5 lusty spirits the Most High is not with. And to be in a position of teaching, I have to have the purest of intention. If I'm in a position of a mother for the camp, I have to have the purest of intention. If I'm in a position of even a young sister and I'm serving, I have to have the purest of intention. Because it can easily turn from spirituality to these elements.
The last word was seditions. Like,
Yes.
let's end it and turn it into, like, let's separate.
Yep.
The point is, listen, we do what we do and keep our head down. But I don't got to do things to try to pull them over here. Just do your job.
Who are you trying to impress?
God, that's my point. Just do your job, and whoever lands on the other side lands on the other side.
Yeah.
We're also going to bring the people here who we need to bring.
Yeah.
I don't got to sit back here and meddle with what's going on over there
Be meddling. Yeah.
to sit back here and fulfill my ego.
Exactly.
But you got more than that?
That's it.
Okay, we're gonna sit back and go back and read we're gonna go back to Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 3, paragraph 4. We're gonna sit back here, and this is the funny way to finish it up. Don't forget, Onias the fourth, his whole focus was to compete with what? With the temple in Jerusalem, right? And to bring people from Jerusalem to Egypt, right? That was his thinking. Read paragraph 4.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter
3,
3,
paragraph
4, line 74. Now it came to pass that Alexandrian Jews
Now we know that Jews were living in Alexandria. Read on.
and those Samaritans
Now there were Samaritans that also were in Egypt as well. Those Samaritans were the ones that lived to the north of us in Jerusalem. And we always had that discrepancy between those Samaritans who were not Jews as a whole, but believed and were taught the ways of the Most High. Were taught Israelite doctrine. Remember they had their temple in Gerizim? Yep. And then there was a temple in Jerusalem. And the Samaritans stayed true to their Gerizim temple that they ended up changing to the new God, the new God's name. So those Samaritans were in Alexandria with the Jews of Alexandria. Read on.
who paid their worship to the temple that was built in the days of Alexander at Mount Gerizim.
So what happens is the Samaritans pay their resources and their tithes to Gerizim. The Alexandrian Jews pay their tithes to Jerusalem. Read on.
Did now make a sedition one against another.
Now, you had the Israelites and the Samaritans were fighting over whose temple was better. But what temple was not discussed right here so far? The temple in Egypt ain't talked about at all. How did you have made Onias the fourth feel?
Dag nabbit, it happened again.
Listen, how ain't nobody talking about, I spit hot fire too. We got a fire temple too. You don't think he was upset about that? His pride is getting pricked even more. Because the big hubbub is about the temple in Jerusalem or Gerizim. The temple in Egypt is small potatoes.
It was one that was in proximity to him, but nobody noticed.
Nobody cared about it, huh? And the Most High, listen, looking at this spiritually, this is a knock against who?
Onias the fourth.
Onias' glory and his ego. Because it wasn't about him. It was about anything but him. And the Most High kept trying to check his pride. Stop making it about you. Well, anyway, there's a contention about the Jerusalem temple and the temple in Gerizim. Read on.
And disputed about their temples before Ptolemy himself.
Mm-hmm. So they had to sit back here and bring up this issue to Ptolemy Philometor. Who is the legitimate temple to be followed? Read on. Meaning to be supported financially. Read on.
The Jews saying that, according to the law of Moses, the temple was to be built at Jerusalem. And the Samaritans saying that it was to be built at Gerizim.
But you know what the Samaritans and the Jews in Jerusalem uniformly knew? One's supposed to be in Egypt. And Onias the fourth, you're just supposed to sit, your little brother, and teach the Jews in Jerusalem in this little baby school. And can you accept that? This is what ate him up. He felt he was destined for greater, and he wasn't. And can you just be destined for what the Most High called you to do? It still goes back to that.
And be happy with it.
And be okay with it. Well, let's continue.
They desired therefore the king to sit with his friends and hear the debates about these matters.
Because they're hoping to convince Philometor and his friends that the resource should go to Jerusalem or Samaria. Read on.
And punish those with death who were baffled.
Man, that means whoever's wrong should die. That's crazy, huh? Read on.
Now Sabbath and Theodosius managed the argument for the Samaritans, and Andronicus, the son of Masalamas, for the people of Jerusalem.
So it was 2 against 1, huh? That Andronicus, he must have been a cold lot. Read on.
And they took an oath by the Most High and the king to make their demonstrations according to the law.
They're going to keep it in the scriptures, they say. Huh? Read on.
And they desired of Ptolemy that whosoever he should find that transgressed what they had sworn to.
So they're saying if you transgress and didn't keep it about the scriptures, read on.
He would put him to death. Accordingly, the king took several of his friends into the council and sat down in order to hear what the pleader said. Now the Jews that were at Alexandria were in great concern for those men, whose lot it was to contend for the temple at Jerusalem. For they took it very ill that any should take away the reputation of that temple, which was so ancient and so celebrated all over the habitable earth.
So the Israelites in Alexandria said, man, these guys that are pushing this Mount Gerizim stuff, most not going to get them. Because everybody knows Jerusalem was the place, is the holy place. Everybody knows it. Read on.
Now when Sabbath and Theodosius had given leave to Andronicus to speak first.
So they had to sit back and know how to battle him out. So they let the first guy go so they can know how to respond to him. Read on.
He began to demonstrate out of the law and out of the successions of the high priest, how they, every one in succession of his father, had received that dignity and ruled over the temple, and how all the kings of Asia had honored that temple with their donations, and with the most splendid gifts dedicated thereto.
You know what Onias wanted out? He wanted to be the king. Because think about the high priest was the king spot. The high priest in Jerusalem was how the rest of the world viewed the king. Man. Then that was the high priest. The high priest was the king. That's why Jonathan was made the high priest. And the high priest, Jonathan, was the one who sat with kings, who sat at the top spot. So what was Onias really mad about? He wanted to be the king, and the Most High didn't let him be the king. Because of politics, because of evil doings, the Most High used evil people to not allow Onias IV to be the king. But who controls the heart of the king?
The Lord.
The Most High. So the Most High didn't want Onias the fourth to be the king. And Onias the fourth couldn't accept the Most High's demotion.
Many men can't accept the Most High.
Exactly. And that's also the lesson. So he wanted to tear down anybody that was handed the spot. Don't forget, Jonathan's a high priest now. Why are you so mad?
Right.
A good man is a high priest. Why are you mad that Jonathan's on top? Wicked alchemist is taken out now. Jonathan's a high priest. He is about to start Jonathan's brother actually starts the reign of the Hasmonean dynasty, Simon. So they're in good hands for a period of time. Why are you so angry?
This temple's doing well.
The temple's doing well. Why are you angry? Because the Most High didn't choose you to be the point guy? He didn't choose you to be at the podium? Now you're mad at, and you want to see mad at the brothers? Who are you really mad at? Onias can say he's mad at the men in Jerusalem, but he that despiseth not man, but who?
Most High.
So Onias the fourth is mad at the Most High who demoted him. It might have been man in charge of it, but who was the one who really pushed it? Who pushed the buttons the way he pushed the buttons? It was God. So Onias the fourth is really mad at the Most High. Right?
Huh.
Let's keep going.
Now when
The
Sabius
promotion come from the Lord.
That's the point. Even though the person who was brought over you was an evil God, the Most High was in control of that. Read on.
Now when Sabius and Theodosius had given leave to Andronicus to speak first, he began to demonstrate out of the law and out of the successions of the high priests, how they every one in his successions from his father had received that dignity and ruled over the temple, and how all the kings of Asia had honored that temple with their donations, and with the most splendid gifts dedicated thereto. But as for that at Gerizim, he made no account of it, and regarded it as if it had never had a being. By this speech and other arguments, Andronicus persuaded the king to determine that the temple at Jerusalem was built according to the laws of Moses, and to put Sabius and Theodosius to death. And these were the events that befell the Jews at Alexandria in the days of Ptolemy Philometor.
The only reason I even went there is to show that even in the midst of this argument, everybody knew that Onias was going to be in the third position regardless. And he had to eat that. And he never could. There's a lot of people that can't let go of that bitterness in their heart. And they have to if they want the Most High to keep blessing them in their life.
Yeah.
You got to let go of that bitterness. You have to let go of that resentment. You have to let go of a situation in your life that might have hurt you, that have changed your perspective on life, changed your perspective on giving and serving the Most High. You got to let it go. Bad in-laws, bad people, bad relationships in the work, bad relationships outside of the work. You better learn how to get clarity and understanding and accept what you went through was from the Most High and learn to see it in a good light. Because if you can't, the Most High won't ever really bless you moving forward. You might be able to help other people, but what good is that if you can't be profitable for yourself? With that, we're going to leave it for class today. All right?
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Can we assume that the Most High knew what was in his heart, or
Yes. The Most High knew exactly what's in all of our heart. So because the Most High tries the reins and he knows what's inside of you, he creates the scenarios in your life that you have to go through knowing you need to go through this.
To manifest.
To really extract what's inside. For you to see what's inside. It's like this, the Most High knows what's inside of you, but you got to see what's inside of you.
and the hope is that
So in order for you to see what's inside of you, I got to bring this out. So you can realize that you're not the person you think you are. That's how the Most High works us.
and this, so you can change, obviously.
Yes, and he brings it out for you to see it, acknowledge it, and then change it. But how can he show you unless he brings bad or difficulties or challenges in your life? So that really reveals what your character is, how you handle adversity. Because how can you really know what you are if nothing bad happens to you?
Oh, you'll always be the victim. You know?
And if you keep playing the victim card, that's the Most High showing you got sickness in you.
It's everybody else's fault.
That's sick. That's a sick term. That's sick communication. That's filthy communication.
It's lying too.
It's lying. That's why it's filthy.
Because it's not
true.
not the reality.
God. Because if you're saying you're the victim, that means the Most High made you the victim.
He molded you to be calm.
Because you're so potent, you're so special. You're not supposed to suffer. If you're special, was Abraham not special? Abraham was special. Joseph was special. Moses was special. We're not. And if they had to go through things, why don't we have to be able to go through things? Because we're spoiled brats. With that, we're going to not cancel this, but in class. Any other questions? Majim Mupanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
You get down. Yes, sir. Zipporah. See, you know this is the wrong way to grab it. I thought it was the right way. But you see, the words are backwards.
Oh, okay.
You got to grab the weaker spot.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, okay.
No, I used to grab it that way also. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I didn't realize it was technically wrong.
Yeah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over,
bless,
heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah.
the people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
and
much love,
and much love,
spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly.
For in thee
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. Barak Thayah Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalawa. Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Barak Thayah Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalawa. Awar. Lawa'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light to see.
Barak Thayah Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalawa. Ha'ayah. Kwawa. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Thayah Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord
And to sing praise unto thy name.
and to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning
And thy faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
Upon the psaltery.
upon the psaltery,
Upon the harp.
upon the harp,
With the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
How great are thy works.
how great are thy works,
And thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass,
When the wicked spring is the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies,
Below thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo thine enemies
below thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But mine horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar.
He shall grow like a cedar
In Lebanon.
in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish
shall flourish
in the courts of our power.
in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Hama Iowa.
Raduah.
Raduah.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawah.
Tawah.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawah.
Hatawah.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hawa'at.
Hawa'at.
Yurad.
Yurad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Marawakiwa.
Marawakiwa.
Kator.
Kator.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Araria.
Araria.
Tzayawan.
Tzayawan.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayayim.
Hayayim.
I. Hagullah.
Hallelujah.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Point. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Point. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Point. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Point. That's right. Rakta Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakta Yahushua.
Rakata Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By Shem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Water.
Water.
Yah.
Yah.
Mun.
Mun.
Circle up. Dawam.
Yes, sir. So we have the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wahayahusha, Wakaya Sha'ala, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahushua, brother, come.
Kwam Yashal,
Kwam Yashal.
Kwam Yashal,
Kwam Yashal.
Kwam Yashal,
Kwam Yashal.
At the top, turn your face to sisters.
And the face sisters.
So we have the daughters of Israel, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahushua, come by Shem Yahushua. Yes, Matah. Dismissed. Voila. Israel up the water for tuning in, y'all. See you guys back on Monday. Shabbat Shalom. See y'all soon.